All right, Kobe, we're ready to go.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the Star Wars fan favorite day of the year, May 4th, City Planning Commission meeting. We appreciate everybody being here today as we hold our Planning Commission meetings virtually. We understand every project is important, and we want to make sure we address them all with the attention that they need. However, we need to keep our meetings efficient. As such, we've implemented time limits for the cases. We expect 5 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for applicant presentations, plus questions by the commission. When we move to the public comment phase, please limit comments to 2 minutes for individuals or 5 minutes for those representing a community or large association or group. The goal is really to be heard and yet to be brief. Just another reminder, the city is updating the comprehensive plan with the KC Spirit Playbook. To stay informed and to provide your input, check out the KC Spirit book at playbook.kcmo.gov. There is a lot of activity going on with that, so I strongly encourage all of you to take a look and provide your input as you feel. So as we get started with the meeting, I ask staff to briefly provide some ground rules and instructions for all of us to ensure that we have minimal disruption and maximum clarity. Joe, can you please remind us of those ground rules?
Yes. So the basic ground rules is there's 2 categories of participants in the meeting. There's panelists and there's attendees. Panelists have capability to share audio and video of themselves or share their screen. However, attendees do not. Right now, panelists consist of just the commission and staff members. When your case is called, if you're an applicant or a citizen interested in a case, when the case is called, please raise your hand and we'll promote you over to a panelist position. It will temporarily appear as though you're being kicked out of the meeting, but don't panic. You're just being removed from a attendee position and put into a panelist position. You'll rejoin the meeting quickly after that. Once you're in the panelist position, make sure you're muted and your video's off until you're ready to speak and be seen. And also, please refrain from sharing commentary regarding the merits of a project or any agenda item in the chat feature. The chat is just for information regarding where we're at on the agenda, which the chair is updating where we're at on the agenda. So you can check the chat for that. It's also can be utilized for technological questions that we can try to troubleshoot through the chat. But it should not be used for discussing the merits of a project on the agenda. And then finally, if you have a username that is not your first and last name, please try to change that if you're able, so that we can call you by your first and last name when you are promoted. And that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. All right, well, with that, let's go ahead and start with our consent agenda items. Might as well take the ones that are going to be continued first.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we'll start with the consent docket. We have docket item C1, which is case number CD CPC 2021-00028, Better Wash Car Wash, located at the southwest corner of Northwest Berry Road and North Hickory Street. Docket item C2, case number CD CPC 2021-00022, which is Hunt Midwest Business Park. This is a project plan approval for a 430,000 square foot warehouse building at North Arlington and Northeast Parvin Road. Docket item C4, case number CPC 2021-00054. This is Congress Corporate Center, located at the northwest corner of Northwest 112th and North Airwold Drive. And that's it for approval. Staff is recommending approval of all 3 of those. The rest are continuances.
Okay, so we're looking at C1, C2, and C4.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the commissioners on these 3 consent agenda items?
Mr. Chairman, I just got a question on C2. And it was to do with water meters. I couldn't tell whether they couldn't put water meters in or just from the staff's report. Is anybody from the water department there to answer that question?
I believe Travis Kiefer from Water is on or will be joining us soon. Let me see.
Is that one of the conditions there?
Yeah, it's 24.
Okay.
The address of the site is incorrect. We cannot connect water meters or FFFs.
Olafu, is that something you can comment on?
Can you hear me, Joe?
Yep.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Looking at condition number 24.
Yes.
I have a condition number 1 that covers that. Let me go through my conditions so I can highlight that condition. Actually, condition number 4. What it is a further subdivision that's occurring on this site. Let me put on my video. And condition number 4 handles that addressing, which would then allow for the water meters to be installed. They are further subdividing this parcel into 2 buildable lots and 1 tract for stormwater. They've applied for that, so I'm going to be reviewing that and releasing that prior to issuance of final C of O. At that point, the address will be corrected and the meters will be properly issued.
Okay, great. I just wanted to check that the city wasn't losing revenue. That's all.
Yeah, they will get there. They'll get their permit. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions about these 3 consent agenda items? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody that would like to speak on docket items C1, C2, or C4, please raise your hand.
David Matthews and Chris Reasoner have raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Matthews.
Yes, we're in agreement with the staff report and the staff conditions. We just, there was a we just needed to make on the square footage of the building.
Okay.
Can
you tell me which case your reference, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Case C2.
Okay.
Case number CD CPC 2021-00022.
Okay. Thank you.
And that was the case that Olafu was just commenting on. And we had sent an email to Olafu. I don't know if he'd received it or not, but the building square footage should actually be 478,295, and it's was listed incorrectly on the plans and got into the staff report, I think, so that
we can round it up, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
We can round it up to 480,000. So
that'd be fine. We just we don't have any issues with any of the conditions. We just wanted to make sure that was correct in the record. And
okay.
Apologize for any confusion.
All right, thank you. Anybody else like to speak from the public, Joe, on any of these 3 docket items?
The only other person was Chris Reasoner. I'm not sure if he wanted to speak or not.
Okay.
Just real quick, David Matthews said the exact same thing I was going to say, so we're good.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, if there's nobody else from the public, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. And I'll go ahead and take a motion from the commission on these 3 docket items.
Mr. Chair, I move case C1, C2, C4 be approved with conditions as per staff's report.
with the adjustment on C2 to rounding it up to 480,000 square feet.
Yeah, with the adjustment on case C2 to round it up to 480,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
All right, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Proud,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Looks like the motion passes. Hold on a second. 6-0. So let's go with the cases to be continued. The consent agenda items.
All right, the continuance cases, and I'm going to ask the planners to jump in with the continuance date. I've lost my notes with the dates on them. So the first one is C3, case number CPC 2021-00026, Cadence Villas project plan on 22 acres located at the southeast corner of Northwest 108th and Northwest Platte Purchase Drive to create 54 residential units. Jared, can you share with us a date that they would like it continued to, the applicant?
The applicants did not give me a date, but considering their reasons for continuance, I would guess May 18th will work.
Okay.
And then the next continuance is docket item C5, case number final plat 2021-00007. This is Hunter's Glen second plat, which is a request to create 59 lots on 22 acres at the intersection of Northeast Pawpaw Drive and North Manning Avenue. The applicant is requesting continuance of this case as well. Jared, do you have a date for this one?
I believe off docket without fee.
Thank you. Next one is docket item C6, case number CPC 2021-00025. This is Cadence second plat, which is a project plan for the second plat located at southeast corner of Northwest 108th and North Platte Purchase Drive. Jared, what date does the applicant request continuance on this one? Is this May 18th as well?
Yep, May 18th as well.
Okay. And that's without fee. Docket item C7 is case number final plat 2020-00040. This is Fountain Hills 12th plat. This is a request to create 56 residential lots on 20 acres at the southeast corner of Northwest 96th and North Platte Purchase. The applicant is requesting continuance of this to May 18th, and staff recommends without fee. And those are all of that's our consent docket.
Okay, any questions from the commission on those docket items to be continued? Docket item C7, we've continued that several times. Is this project going to come before us, or should we look at it to be off docket?
We've suggested to the customer that it should be continued off docket, and they opposed that last time. I would suggest to the commission that we continue it one more time, and if they can't make the May 18th date work, that it be continued off docket. It can always be added back on pretty easily, since there's no re-advertising or advertising required for final plats to begin with.
Okay.
And the applicants raised their hand now.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if anybody would like to speak about docket items C3, C5, C6, or C7, if you please raise your hand, and Joe will promote you accordingly.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, the reason it's being continued is we're working with the Public Works Department on the vacation of 96th Street in that area. So hopefully we'll have an answer within the next couple of weeks and we can move forward.
Okay.
Sorry, Patricia Jensen, Rouse Fretz, on behalf of the applicant.
And that's docket item C7, of course.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else from the public like to speak on these docket items?
No one else has raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. So I'll take a motion on these 4 docket items, please.
So moved.
Okay. So I believe the motion is to continue docket item C3 to May 18th without a fee. C5, continue off docket without fee. C6, continue to May 18th without fee. And C7 to May 18th without a fee. Is that correct? Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes then to continue those 4 docket items to the date stated. All right, well, let's go ahead and work into our regular agenda. Joe, can we start with the continued items, please?
Absolutely. We do have a dismissal. Would you like me to call that at the same time, or do you want to come back to that after continuance?
Let's go ahead and add that to the continuance,
Okay.
motion.
Okay. The first one is docket item 1, case number SUP 2021-00016. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow an outdoor event space at 100 East 20th Street. The applicant is requesting dismissal of this application. The second request is a continuance for docket item 4, case number continuance, case number SUP 2021-00004. This is a request for a special use permit for a short-term rental at 2539 Cherry Street. Though the docket says continuance off docket with fee, staff is recommending continuance to, I believe it's June 15th meeting. I'd ask Shu to please confirm that for us. Okay, thank you. The next one is docket item 7, including 7.1, which is case number CPC 2021-00030. This is a request to amend the Greater Downtown Area Plan for a project known as 29 Bell, located at the southeast corner of 29th and Bellevue. The applicant is requesting continuance to June 15th. Staff recommends no fee. Docket item 7.2 is case number CPC 2020-00186. This is a request to approve a rezoning for the same project. Staff is also recommending continuance of, or the applicant is also requesting continuance of this one to June 15th, and staff recommends no fee. Docket item number 8, case number CPC 2021-00062. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District R1.5 to District DR-1, which is downtown residential, located at 1138 Pacific Street. Staff is recommending continuance of this case to May 18th without fee. The next continuance is docket item 11, case number SUP 2021-00011. This is the Grand Reserve Embassy Suites Hotel located at 925 Grand Boulevard. It's a special use permit. The applicant is requesting continuance to May 18th, and staff recommends no fee. The next, well, that's all the continuances requested by the applicant or staff that I'm aware of. If staff knows of others, please jump in at this time.
Your docket item number 9.
Okay.
Actually, number 10. Sorry, number 10.
Docket, I'll go ahead and read it, and then you just tell us the date, okay?
Okay.
Case number CPC 2020-00181. This is a request to approve a council-approved sign plan for the I-49 Industrial Center, which is located at Missouri Highway 150 and Botts Road. The applicant is requesting continuance to what date, Olufu?
4/18.
May 18th.
5/18. I keep
May
going.
18th.
May 18th.
No fee on that one, Mr. Chair. Staff, are there any other continuances?
No.
Okay. So I've got down docket item 1, docket item 4, 7.1, 7.2, 8, 10, 11. At this time to be continued to further dates. correct?
Docket 1 is a dismissal. The rest are continuance.
Okay.
Mr.
All right.
Chair,
Yes.
you sent us an email on one that was to be continued as well. Are we still
Yeah, I think
continuing that one?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that one next.
Okay,
I think.
thank you.
Yep.
Do you want me to read that one, Mr. Chair, or do you want me to call that separately?
I think we call that one separately, please. All right. Any questions from the commission on any of the docket items to be continued? Okay. All right, let's open it up for public comment. Or is there anybody from the public that would like to talk about these docketed items to be continued? Please raise your hand and Joe will call upon you.
All right, Mr. Chair, so far we have 2 people, Julia Nigro and Stephen Wright. I'm going to promote both of them.
Okay. Let's start with Julia. Good morning. As you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
My name's Julia Nigro, located at 1130 Pacific Street.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to confirm this will be continued on the 18th.
Can you remind me of which case you're speaking of?
I'm sorry, it's the one at 1138, the Pacific and Forest. Is docket item number 8.
Yes, that's correct. We're looking to continue that case until May 18th.
Do we know why, or can we? Is that relevant?
Yeah, I can tell you that the applicant has not performed the required neighborhood meeting yet, and that they have to do that before Planning Commission can hear the case. So they should be doing that between now and May 18th.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Stephen, as you take yourself off mute, please state your name and address for the record, and also if you can let us know which case you're inquiring about.
Okay. Steve Wright, 2004 Grand Boulevard. It's the case ending in 001 or 00016, the one that says dismissal. Kind of new to the process. So does dismissal mean they've withdrawn the project, or does that mean that you all are dismissing the project?
They're asking for the case to be withdrawn, so they've withdrawn the case themselves.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, no one else has raised their hand.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony, and I'll take a motion on the docket items to be dismissed or continued to a further date, to a later date. Quiet bunch today.
I'll have a go at it. Mr. Chair, I move that docket item number 1 be dismissed. Docket item number 4 is continued to June 15th with fee. Docket item 8 and 10 be moved to May 18th without fee. And docket item number 7.1, 7.2, and 11 be continued as per staff report.
Okay. Yep. So far, so good. So I've got a motion and I've got a second. Lisa, do you mind taking roll call, please, on that motion?
Yes, but I have number 4 without a fee.
It should be with a fee.
Should be with a fee? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Quick question, was number 11 May 18th or June?
It is May 18th.
Yeah, I think it's May. I think what he said June.
I think I just said it was as per docket.
Yeah, he said 7, 1, 7, 2, and 11 per docket.
And the request is from staff and the applicant is May 18th on that one.
And this,
Yeah, that's the same as the docket, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and who gave the second?
Commissioner Enders.
Okay, got it. Okay. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowe,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes to continue and or dismiss those cases as stated in the motion. So it went 6-0. So let's go to docket item 14 if we can, Joe.
Absolutely. Docket item 14 is case number CPC 2020-00205. This is a request to approve a rezoning from District R 7.5 to District MPD Master Plan Development for Tiffany Greens, which it proposes approximately 1,800 dwelling units and 1 million square feet of office and retail space on about 834 acres. Generally bound by Northwest 108th Street on the north, North Green Hills Road on the east, Northwest Old Tiffany Springs Road on the south, and the existing Tiffany Greens development to the west.
Okay. So this is a docket item. It's as everybody knows, it's a fairly large project. And it's 834 acres. There's a lot of work going on here. So this is one I requested to see if we can postpone it to the next meeting to just allow a little bit more time for the commission to review the actual docket and the information sent to us, the staff report. You know, it's over 165 pages. There's a lot going on, and I think we just need to make sure that we're informed enough on this particular project in order to, you know, hear and understand what's going on with the thing. And it is a long-term project as well. So it's at my request to postpone it to May 18th. Today, we're supposed to receive some testimony and to talk about the case and provide comments at this time. You know, again, I think just having more time to review it, we would be better informed and able to help the applicant out a little bit better if we move it to the next meeting. So that's my suggestion that we do. I talked to Joe about that. We did reach out to the applicant yesterday, and they're on board with that. And so I'd like to bring the applicant, you know, into this conversation as well, just so I can understand what to expect for the 18th meeting. If we're going to go through the whole presentation, the whole project itself, or if we can get a partial discussion at that time and then move into our first meeting in June to really try to narrow things down and go for, you know, the motion on the particular case itself. So
And
does that make sense?
quick question. How will hearing anything today affect Commissioners Sadowski and Baker being able to weigh in with their opinions and or votes in the subsequent meeting?
Yes. If we hear testimony today, then we've already established a quorum. And then that would mean that the quorum that's set would be the ones to actually hear the rest of the cases moving forward.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready to hear from me?
Let me make sure that there's no other
Okay.
questions from the commission on this particular item.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was,
Any other? Go
yeah,
ahead.
Commissioner Crowell, I was wondering, do we know when, I know Baker is going to be late. Do we know when Baker's showing up today?
He had a meeting he couldn't get out of this morning until after 10 o'clock.
Okay. I don't know what the pleasure is, but just piggybacking on Commissioner Enders, Baker and Sadowski provide, you know, another just level of technical expertise. So just want to know, do we want to entertain hearing this when Baker comes? And whatever case we're in, we'll just pivot to this as soon as he comes. That gives us one more commissioner.
Yeah, I think at this point, though, we've already kind of set the stage to do a continuance of this and not take any testimony today.
Okay.
So the applicant probably doesn't have their full team available at this point. I'm just guessing. So we ought to, you know, just wait till the next meeting.
No, let me clarify. Maybe I didn't say it correctly. If we listen to them today, that sets the quorum, right? Even if we just hear anything. So I'm wondering, do we want to wait at least 30 minutes until Baker appears? That way, when we set the quorum, Baker would be present.
My suggestion is no,
Okay.
that we wait until the next meeting. And again, that way we'd have everybody available on the commission to hear the whole, project, the whole, from start to finish.
Yeah, my comments only will be geared towards the continuance, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the clarification I was asking. I wasn't saying not
Yeah.
here today. I mean, not postponed. Thank you.
Yeah.
So can I just be clear then? So Commissioner Sadowski and Commissioner Baker can hear all the case, all the continuance for the next case and the one maybe on June and still vote or not?
Yes, we're not taking any testimony today for this particular case.
Okay.
And because of that, we don't have an established quorum. We're just setting the actual date to which we'll hear the case, to the next meeting when we can take testimony. And from that, at that time, we'll set the quorum. Did I say that right, Ms. Baxter?
Yeah, as long as you don't get into the merits of the case and you just are talking about the continuance, that's fine. That doesn't establish a quorum, but you do need to be careful not to get into the merits and substantive issues of the case.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? All right. Thank you, Ms. Jensen, for being patient with us here. Just kind of like you're okay to make sure the 18th is a okay date to hear this case?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Patricia Jensen on behalf of the applicant. Yes, we were informed by Joe yesterday that you desired to entertain a continuance to May 18th to have a full commission. And we understand that. We were disappointed because we were ready to go with our team, but we called them all off so that they aren't present today. And I didn't send our PowerPoint presentation to you. Agreeing with that, though, we really do want to move forward on May 18th. We know we're coming up to the summer season where you're going to probably have people missing every once in a while. And while it's regrettable, we do need to move forward on May 18th. We're hopeful that based on the testimony, you'll be able to make a recommendation May 18th. We understand it may take 2 meetings, but we think once you receive our presentation along with the staff report, there'll be sufficient information there for you to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, so let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Anybody else like to speak on the continuance of docket item number 14?
Mr. Chair, no one else is raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll take a motion for continuing docket item 14.
Mr. Chair, I don't want to get into the details, but I see in the report that we're certainly being given, there's a number of exceptions, and I don't want to get into them, but is there a way that staff and the applicant can get to a more defined agreement around the exceptions that seem to be that the applicant has put into the case? Is there a way that we can get a more refined before May 18th of those exceptions, or not? It's just a question, so we don't have as many exceptions to consider from the applicant. And I don't want to hit, Ms. Baxter, I don't want to hit the fine line here, but I was just trying to get us down to, so we can maybe make a decision on the 18th. If we can get down to less exceptions, it would be great.
I really kind of think, I know there's probably a number of them as part of the case that we'll probably have to take them and understand them at the time we take testimony. So we'll just have to talk about them at that point in time.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, if I can comment, we are trying to eliminate as much uncertainty as possible. And we'll be responding to Mr. Rexwinkle on some questions that he raised in his staff report within the next couple of weeks. That may help define things better for you.
Okay, thank
you. Just so everyone's clear, I mean, we're continuing this 2 weeks. My staff report has to be done next Tuesday. So it's unlikely, given what Ms. Jensen said, it's unlikely that the staff report would be any different than the one you're seeing today on the 18th.
Okay. All right, so I'll take a motion on the continuance, please.
So moved.
Okay, so I got a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, so I got a motion and a second to continue docket item number 14 to the May 18th meeting without fee. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Prowl?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
And Rojas?
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes to continue docket item 14 to the May 18th meeting. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, so it looks like we're ready to move back to our regular agenda items here. So what are we on? Docket item number 2.
Yes, I believe that's correct, Mr. Chair. Docket item 2 is case number CPC 2021-00009. This is Corporate Circle Apartments, which is a request to approve a development plan to allow change of use of 2 former office buildings to multifamily residential containing 108 units on about 6 acres located on the north side of Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway between North Ambassador on the west and Northwest Skyview on the east. Shu Wood is our staff planner.
Good morning, everyone. This case in front of you, as Joe stated, it's a development plan for Corporate Circle Apartments. Here's the general location of the subject site. It's located on the east side of Highway 29 and Missouri Highway 1 and north side of Missouri Highway 152. More specifically, it's located on the southeast side of North Polo Drive in the northwest Old Tiffany Spring Parkway. There are 2 tracts included in this project. Tract 1, which has an address 73110, is located on the east side of this project, and tract number 2, which has an address of 74110, Northwest Tiffany Spring Road, is located on the west side. There are 2 buildings, 2 primary buildings located on this project. The surrounding land use included office and commercial uses in B3-2. This is the formerly approved Executive Hills development area. Here's the view looking south from North Polo Drive. The subject site are listed here as Tract 1 and Tract 2. Tract 1, 7310 is a 4-story office building, and Tract 2, the 74110 is a 3-story office building. There are large amount of parkings located on the north side of the building. This is another view looking north from Northwest Tiffany Springs Parkway at the roundabout. And this is the existing interior of the office building. The office building has been vacant for quite a while. The applicant proposes to convert these office buildings into residential apartments. As I stated earlier, 7310 has 4 stories. The applicant proposes to convert it into 108 units. And these are the elevations provided by the applicant. The applicant is not proposing to make large changes other than creating some new doors and small changes to the existing elevations. These are the floor plans provided by the applicant. The apartments including studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, for all 4 floors. This is another building located on the west, which is 7410. It has 3 stories. It is abutting Northwest Tiffany Spring Parkway. These are the floor plans provided by the applicant. And this building will provide a total approximately of 100 units as well, including studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms as well. These are the building elevations for this building. It's similar to the other building. The applicant is not proposing to make large changes or constructions of the existing building, except some smaller changes. This is a landscape plan provided by the applicant. There are existing landscapes along North Polo Drive. The applicant has worked with staff to include and improve the internal landscape between the parking spaces to provide more pleasant parking experience for the future residents. These are the utility plans provided by the applicant. The applicant is intent to use the existing utilities, except with some new sanitary sewer connections to the building. The existing utility generally is sufficient for the proposed use. Staff recommend approval with conditions number 1 to 12, as stated in the plan conditions, corrections, and recommendation report. That shall conclude my presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff on this particular case? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Applicant, welcome.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I'm a little delayed. Oh, someone just promoted them for me.
Tyler Asby, I have promoted you to the panelist. You should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, good morning. So we don't have anything to add, I would say, to Shu's report. So we have worked closely with city staff to make sure this one met the needs. As she mentioned, the site utility plan was a question early on. So we did a report and we have updated. So a new sanitary sewer line will come out of the building. And then in terms of landscaping, to her point, we added some trees to make sure those interior medians were sufficient for the new use. And then we also added some foundation plantings around the buildings to make it feel a little more residential. We do have some intentions to improve exterior spaces. There's a lot of green space around the exterior of the building that we can't do anything with programmatically, but we are marketing it to residents. So there's a lot of land for them to use beyond the exterior of the buildings. We are not changing anything to the exterior of the buildings. We will clean and repair in kind. So it is largely an interior renovation.
Okay.
Beyond that, we don't have any other comments.
Yeah, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, Tyler Asby, so Fouch Brothers, 603 East Street, Parkville, Missouri.
All right, thank you.
I have a couple questions. To start off, can you explain the offices on the interior of the building and how those are intended to be used?
The new 100 square foot build out ones?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, so those we're providing just based on a post-COVID world, just the ability for residents to have that space that they can co-work or they can rent beyond the confines of the apartment. And so those would be for private use for the residents on site, and they can use them at their leisure.
And so, for example, on any given floor, if there are a few, is it shared, or so anyone could use those shared units, or would it be someone that would actually rent one in addition?
No, the intent that it would be open, and so it would be shared, and so per floor. So if there's one available, you could rent it for the day, you could rent, or just use it if it was open. Gotcha. Yes, nothing would be, it would not be an addition. It would not be part of their lease. It would be a separate element that they can use as needed.
Okay. And then more in general terms, just, I mean, I love the idea of the adaptive reuse. I'm curious to know if you could speak more to your decisioning, and I'm curious to know where these will end up in terms of rates, and if there's any examples that you're familiar with or your group is familiar with that gave you the confidence to try something that to me seems relatively creative and non-standard?
Right. So yeah, to the rental rates, I can't really speak to that. That'd have to be on the ownership side. But I do have, in terms of design wise, we've seen a lot of this project come up downtown. So Flash Cube's a good example, or different conversions from office to residential. So Flash Brothers in particular has found a way to get creative here on those. And so in terms of the floor plan, we actually have a product fairly similar to this in a neighboring jurisdiction, and we found that that project is full. And so in terms of square footage for a 680 to 700 square foot one bed, a little bit larger two bed, and a little bit smaller studio space, we're finding that those are the right square footages for people to live in. And again, go ahead.
Could you elaborate on that one that you said is in a similar jurisdiction? Because I completely see how, this works in a downtown setting. I'm more curious about just because, as you mentioned, it doesn't look like your standard retail offering. And so I'm more curious about what gives ownership the confidence that, something like this, where it is in a business park and it's not surrounded by retail, what led to that decision in terms of, as you said, maybe a previous example where it's been successful?
Right. So the previous example is in Leavenworth. And so it's actually, it's called AB2. I believe it's Fight Station Lofts is what it's marketed under. But that was the old Abernathy building. And so that one the floor plan is very similar to this per unit, which is what gave us the confidence at the unit scale to design in this way. And then in terms of the density or other subjects, the proximity to the airport, the location to I-29, and the ability to get north-south fairly quickly, plus the amount of new residential that's going on just to the east of us, it's a different product. And so we feel like there is a market for something beyond the standard 850, 900 square foot, two bed, two bath, new construction where the rents are going to be a little bit higher.
Gotcha. Thank you.
It's something that's not been done before.
Okay, any other questions from staff or from commission to staff or the applicant? Sorry.
Yes, I just have one question, Mr. Asby. Even though this is not within a designated neighborhood, I want to know a little bit about the public engagement. I know no one attended, but I'm wondering, did you guys engage the businesses around next to you? That is a shift for them to go from commercial business to 108 residential units. You're talking about maybe 200 to 300 people that lives there every day around the clock. So just wondering if there were any push from the businesses.
No. Yeah, absolutely. So we did reach out. So we did get the mailing list from city staff, and we did reach out to all everybody within 300 square feet of us, the radius of 300 feet. And then in addition, Fouch Brothers is actually talking to the two properties to the east of us, and then the properties to the south of us. So in that wing, I believe there's 7 buildings, and they're going to be owning the 2 to the south, which are across Tiffany Springs Parkway. And so the short answer is yes, we have been in several dialogues with a lot of people, and now we control 4 of those 7 buildings. So have a lot of say there. And the office tenants that were actually moving, there were 3 tenants in one of the buildings that we're going to be converting. We're actually moving them into the other office buildings on the south side of Tiffany Springs Parkway, and giving them a refreshed look. And so they're getting similar lease terms for a better office. And so everybody seems to be on board with this project.
Thank you.
So knowing that you were looking at having 7 total buildings, so you're looking at maybe some other improvements for, the resident to make it a little bit more residential, have some amenities there for the residents to enjoy instead of it being more business-like?
Absolutely, yeah. So if they're able to come to terms, if they're able to expand the project, absolutely, we would look into that. So there are some buildings that they've been discussing with where we have more amenities, where we could do a pool or a larger fitness center. So the current project calls for those offices, a shared restroom, obviously, and then a fitness center with an outdoor area a smaller outdoor area to hang in. And so if they were able to acquire more buildings, then yes, we would expand what those amenities would look like, and that would more than likely include a pool.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other questions from the commission to the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody from the public that would like to talk about this case number 2, please raise your hand and Joe will promote you.
Mr. Chair, here's one person, Steve Watt, I'm promoting right now.
Okay. Hi, good morning, Steve. As you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record. Steve? Hi, Steve. Are you there? You just put yourself back onto mute. Okay. Can you go ahead and start? You're off mute now. Okay, Joe, it looks like we're having a little technical difficulty there with Mr. Watt. If we can, is there anybody else that's raised their hand?
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. Mr. Watt, is it possible to put a question in the actual chat? Okay, let's go ahead and move on and close public testimony at this time. If Mr. Watt types something in the chat here, I guess we'll take a look at it. Anything else from the commission on this particular case? Anything else from the applicant?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and I'll either take a motion, or if we want to have a discussion about this case, we can.
Chair Crow, move to approve docket item number 2 with conditions as stated.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2 with the condition stated. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
You there, Lisa?
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, weird. Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crow?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
And Rojas?
Aye. Okay, looks like the motion passes 6-0 for approval of docket item number 2. Thank you for bringing that in, and we wish you good luck on the project.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and move to docket item number 3.
Docket 3 is case number CPC 2021-00057. This is a request to approve the Walnut Grove Planned Industrial Expansion Authority General Development Plan and declare the area blighted and unsanitary and in need of redevelopment and rehabilitation pursuant to the Missouri Planned Industrial Expansion Authority law on about 11.7 acres bounded by Northeast 37th Street on the north, North Walrond Avenue on the east, Northeast Wind Road on the south, and North Kansas Avenue on the west. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
Right. This case in front of you is a tax incentive plan as stated by Joe. Here's the general location of the site. More specifically, it's located to the east of North Antioch Road and south of Northeast 37th Street and west of North Warroad Avenue and north of Northeast Wind Road. It is currently zoned R2.5 with 12 apartments on site. It contains 3 parcels currently and is adjacent to a B1-1 commercial use. The surrounding land use other than B1-1 are mostly residential. Here's the view looking south from Northeast 37th Street at the apartments. There are currently 2 vehicular access from Northeast 37th Street to the subject site. And this is a view looking north from Northeast Wind Road. The subject site is located in front of you, and there are also 2 vehicular access to the site. The applicant proposes to approve this tax incentive plan in order to remodel those apartments. There will be no big constructions or additions to the apartments or parking area, mostly focusing on the facade changes and interior remodeling. Staff recommends approval without conditions. I'm open to questions.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff on this case?
Yeah, just a quick question. It might be my oversight. Did this include a blight study?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we're going through that next. Yeah. Okay, any other questions? All right, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Applicant, welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Jim Potter. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you. Jim Potter. Development Initiatives, 4501 Fairmount Avenue. We are representing the Planned Industrial Expansion Authority of Kansas City. Also joining me today should be David McCubry, who's the Executive Director of the PIA, as well as Mr. Robin Solomon, who is our applicant. They may be able to answer any questions as we move through our presentation. I may, if I may, I just have a brief PowerPoint that I may share my screen here. All right, can everybody see that okay?
Yes, I can see that. Great, thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and get started here. As she said, this is a proposed new PIA planning area, Walnut Grove. The location is in the Northland, north of the river, roughly at Northeast Antioch and Northeast 37th Street. It is the existing Walnut Grove apartment complex, 11.72 acres, 3 property parcels, 1 existing owner. The property is currently under contract for purchase by the applicant, and that applicant intends a full-scale remodel of this property. The existing project incorporates 184 units. This is a low-income housing tax credit project that's administered through the Missouri Housing Development Corporation, MHDC. 100% of those units are oriented towards low-income housing tax credit households based on the 60% area median income. It should also be noted that 100% of the units are also project-based housing vouchers, department oriented through HUD, and those are geared towards households that earn less than 50% of the area median income. So basically, the HUD housing voucher program takes precedence in this case. The project is currently in the special assets program with HUD due to a number of facility deficiencies that they've noted through repeated property inspections. If those deficiencies are not remediated, the housing program or the voucher program will be withdrawn, eliminating these 184 units from income restricted households. So that's why we're here today. to present this case. The project is currently 93% occupied, and it was built in roughly 1971, which makes it approximately 50 years old. As Shu mentioned, our current zoning is R2.5. We propose a rezoning if necessary to UR. Design guidelines are oriented through the Briarcliff-Wynwood area plan. This plan anticipates standard tax abatement, but the developer may seek a different tax abatement schedule based on MHDC and HUD corresponding schedules. That is yet to be determined. There is no condemnation as part of this plan. And it should be noted that the project planning area is located within a distressed census tract, which indicates income less than 80% AMI or poverty rate greater than 20%. So the proposed project incorporates an entire facility renovation. Proposed budget's approximately $13.5 million. It anticipates the entire replacement of all exteriors, siding, windows, doors, roofing systems, etc. Replacement of all HVAC systems through every unit, every common area, office areas, etc. Replacement of all flooring materials, water heaters, upgrades in the ADA units, replacement of all kitchens, appliances, repair or replace all damaged walls or ceilings, repaint interior and exterior, and then replacement of all bathroom fixtures, kitchen fixtures, all cabinetry and countertops. So it's a pretty extensive remodel that is proposed in this project. We did look, Commissioner Hill mentioned the blight finding. We did look at this through the State of Missouri, Revised Statutes of Missouri, Section 100.310, subsection 2. That is the blight definition. I think you're all familiar that this is a two-part test. You have to find one or more of the following first 5 factors, and that leads to one of the following 3 factors. We did note 3 of the initial factors present, and those triggered the second test of the definition. So we'll go into that a little bit. I'll go through this a little bit quickly because there's a lot of repetition. It all goes back to deterioration of property, deterioration of site improvements. So our first factor, insanitary or unsafe conditions. We do have a number of unsecured, and illegally accessed portions of the property. We have environmental issues that have been identified both in third-party analysis as well as HUD reports. That includes mold, asbestos, lead-based paint. We have property code violations. We do have personal and property crime incidents as reported by Kansas City PD. We have inoperable or missing life safety systems. And then finally, and this is most important, we do have the HUD compliance issues, and those are directly taken from 3 different HUD inspection reports, and we can briefly go into that. The HUD compliance issue identified a number of different either damaged or missing items within this project, and that will be remediated and remedied through this plan. I'm not going to go through every single one. You can read those, but it kind of runs the gamut from electrical services systems to accessibility items to blocked emergency exits, etc. So it's pretty extensive as far as the deficiencies that HUD identified. So a few images here. These are the fire escapes that are located on the building. We have structural issues that are insufficient. These are about ready to be, about ready to fall down, actually. So we do have a number of units that we do have mold, suspect mold that are present within these units. It's a pretty significant problem. This indicates water infiltration, whether it's from roofing, roofing deficiencies or other issues. Excuse me. And that leads to our third, and this kind of incorporates into our second factor, deterioration of site improvements. We have deteriorated exterior envelope systems, doors, windows, roofing, etc. Missing or inoperable systems, HVAC, electrical, plumbing, life safety, and again, our HUD compliance issues, as we noted previously. Some more issues. This is an image of one of the third floor bedrooms. Basically, every third floor bedroom, this is a 3-story complex. Every third floor bedroom or ceiling has some type of damage as a result of the roof systems being compromised. So that will all be remedied as part of this project. Here's another example of the egress stairway. You can see some temporary remedial activities have been undertaken to fix that or shore it up. This is an image of the existing roof. You can see how it's cracking and spalling, etc. It's probably close to the end of its life cycle. Just some other images of the site. So generally, the plan is to renovate all of these buildings to more inhabitable units. Our fifth factor kind of again continues on these factors, on these conditions. Environmental, we do have some illegal trespassing, graffiti, and some general property crimes. And then overall deterioration of life safety components. And that includes smoke detection systems, as well as fire detection and warning systems as part of that. And that leads us to our second part of our test. And we did note that, and again, this follows with our previous factors. The property is approximately 50 years of age, so we do have some deterioration. We do have incidents of crime within the area. Again, we have the HUD compliance. And then in our mind, we have an extraordinary redevelopment cost, in this case, $13.5 million to fully renovate this project or this complex. Again, social or economic liabilities. Again, we have some of the many of the same issues. But the bottom line is if these improvements are not made to this project, the facility is in jeopardy of losing those HUD vouchers. And if that happens, those 184 households will be forced to find other means of habitation. So again, we did note that a number of those factors are present, and it is our opinion that this project, this planning area, does meet the statutory definition of blight as outlined by the state. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
My question is not the project itself, the work being done, but you mentioned the occupancy rate. What happens to those people when you go into the renovation stage?
Commissioner Beasley, thank you. I don't know what the work program is as far as that the renovation goes. I know Mr. Robin Solomon is on the line. He might be able to answer those questions. Robin, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Robin Solomon, 13520 Deacons Lane, Germantown, Maryland. What we will do is, and we've done this before in many other projects, is we'll let vacancy drift higher as tenants turn over in the normal course of events. As vacancy drifts higher, we'll then move tenants from their unit into another unit. When their unit is then completed, we'll move them back. We've done that with great success. We'll have time to do that. We won't apply to MHDC until their next round, which is this October. I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
So Mr. Solomon, you'll be the owner of these apartments?
Yes.
How long have you owned them?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I don't own them now. I will be the owner. Actually, I just found out about MHDC and HUD approval now, so we'll own it in a few weeks. We do not own it currently.
Okay, you don't own them currently. So my question would be is how do we make sure that these units don't have the same kind of condition 10, 15 years down the road?
A couple of points. So HUD has approved our taking over the project. As Jim mentioned, this is a project in their special asset category. They've been watching it very carefully. We've done this in your part of the world a few times with projects in your area that are deeply troubled. HUD watches this process very carefully, both ownership and management. To be candid, not too candid though, management is not particularly strong here. So we'll be replacing management completely. And with a full rehab, as Jim said, of all units, including building a new building for community center, community activities, which are now crammed into a 3-bedroom unit. So I think, there's a little bit of faith that you'll have to have, but I think with MHDC HUD wanting to watch carefully this project to make sure it doesn't fall back into the special asset category, we'll have to be on our toes. And we've worked with them very closely in that area of HUD, so they know us very well.
Okay, now you talked about new management. Is that person going to be on site? They have their own unit, so they're able to take care of things as they come up?
Yes, Sansone Group will take over management. They've got a number of assets in the area. They manage a number of my properties. At the moment, we don't think there'll be on-site staff living in units, but they'll be very much local and involved in the property. It won't be distant management. Sansone has quite a number of properties they manage throughout Missouri, including Kansas City.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yeah, I've got a couple. The living conditions, how long is the renovation going to take to get completely done?
We have to apply to MHDC, which wouldn't be till October. This substantial amount of work requires tax credits and tax exempt bonds, as well as state Missouri tax credits. So we'll apply in October. We can't predict what MHDC will do, but it's in their portfolio currently. And just as Jim mentioned, they're worried about the Section 8 HAB contract, Section 8 housing assistance contract disappearing. Once we get an allocation, the rehab would be approximately 15 months, 16 months, moving from one building to another and moving the tenants around. As I said, no involuntary displacement at all. It'll all be voluntary. And tenants will get their chance to move back into the units. But it's a substantial rehab. It won't happen overnight. It'll be 15, 16 months, I would think. We're doing a similar job in KCK, similar kind of conditions, actually worse, to be honest. It's a 16, 17-month rehab process.
I understand it looks a comprehensive renovation. My concern is, are you going to do any rehabilitation with regards to mold? And I mean, some of those living conditions are not fit for what we expect from a standard. So what's the plan within the 15 months to get the apartments into somewhat maybe better living conditions? I think there's some safety issues with those fire escapes and so forth. So is there any plan to do any interim investment into those apartments to make them more livable for the people living there now?
A couple of points. With flunking HUD's so-called scorecard, the owner has had to do a number of improvements since Jim and his staff took pictures of the property. So exterior things have been mostly cleaned up. We will move in and deal with mold right away. In terms of remediation, fixing the mold problem, as Jim indicated, will require removing roofs, among other things. But we're obligated under the Section 8 contract to deal with mold and other safety issues immediately. But the current owner has been spending money just to avoid HUD taking away the Section 8 contracts. So some of the exterior issues, most of the exterior issues have been dealt with, but we will immediately deal with all mold issues. And then, of course, as units turn over, we'll be able to attack units more still.
And how about the fire escapes and so forth? You're going to shore them up to be actual safe for people to escape,
yes,
if required?
Yes.
And regards to lighting as well, from a security perspective, you're thinking of doing any upgrades to that while you're renovating?
Our lighting plan, and we've had good success with this at other properties in your area, is a very comprehensive camera system throughout the property on all the buildings and other points in the property, which the management team will have on their phone to be able to monitor things in real time. We work very closely with the police department also. If there are issues that come up, we'll add site lighting to the buildings that will be very visible, not just a simple light bulb, but really bright security site lighting. So between cameras and lighting up the property and then solid management screening folks, the security system will improve. We've dealt with this in a couple of other deeply troubled HUD properties in your area with some great success. It takes a lot of work. It doesn't happen overnight, to be candid with you.
I understand. So have you got a budget of what you expect to be investing into the properties before you start to rehabilitate them?
Not a comprehensive budget because we're not in the property yet, but we would expect spending $300,000 to $500,000. But we can only do so much while we don't own the property in terms of real detailed scope of work. New management, I'll be candid with you, new management taking over will have an immediate positive impact. Maintenance work for that right now is actually no employees. It's entirely contracted out, which is a very ineffective way of taking care of tenant problems, putting it politely.
And with the management company, are you going to have a asset management plan for the new, once the rehabilitation's been done, so the properties don't fall back into that disrepair?
So we had to submit a management plan to both HUD and MHDC to get the approval that I just heard of a few minutes ago. The best plan is a solid rehab with then reserves funded immediately for things that wear out over time. HVAC won't last 15 years. So part of it is having fundamentally large reserves set up at the time that rehabilitation is complete. So we will have that done, and MHDC will see that in our applications, as will HUD. And so that the best way to manage a property to keep it from falling into the state is solid staff, management staff, but also money in reserve, knowing that things will wear out over 15 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. This might be more of a staff policy question. As I was looking at the staff report, that public engagement does not apply. I am super excited, Mr. Solomon, to see you all come and do such a comprehensive redevelopment in this community. To Commissioner Beasley, I would like to hear more, and we don't have to do this now, this is just for in the future, about how residents are relocated in terms of, are they moving from their existing property to one that is rehab, redeveloped? Are they moving to some other property that has yet to be developed while theirs is? And then, if you're moving into a place that has less upkeep than you've been able to provide, and just what does that look like? I'm sure HUD has standards, and I'm sure Section 8, but I think that from a policy perspective for us, that is an important part in improving an approval of a project, is how do we treat the residents that are there? And so going forward, I'm just wondering, is that a policy consideration that we make here when existing residents are involved?
I can talk about what we'll be doing, but I can't talk about policy, of course.
Sure, we'd love to hear. Are they how do you scale and plan to move residents from apartment?
So we've done this in a few properties in your neighborhood that are deeply troubled, like Walnut. As I said, we'll let vacancy increase just naturally. There'll be zero involuntary displacement. We're not allowed to do that under Section 8 or by MHDC rules. We don't want to do it anyway. So as vacancy increases from roughly 6 or 7% today to a much higher number, there'll be a number of empty units. We'll move tenants from their current, when we go to building 1, say, we'll move tenants out of building 1 into vacant units that'll be scattered throughout the property, not other properties. Once the rehab is done in their units or in that building, we'll take those tenants and move them back into a new unit. So the tenants, of course, will pay any costs for moving and storing their materials. Depending on COVID, we'll spray everything and wipe stuff down, both in where they're moving to and where they're moving back into their new unit. But if the tenant wants to stay, they'll be obviously, no one likes moving, but they'll be able to come back to their unit or another unit if they want on the property, and it'll be a new unit. But unless something very strange happens, for instance, an environmental problem, we would not move tenants off-site.
Okay, thank you. And then you're obligated to address whatever concerns are in the unit that you're moving into, like such as mold or however, before you move them there.
we won't move anyone into something that has mold, and certainly a new unit won't have, because the roofs and the leak issues that Jim mentioned will be taken care of. But no, we would not. To get the Section 8 housing quality standards have to be met, and of course mold can't be present.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to the applicant?
None to the applicant, but the second part of my question in terms of when there are existing residents, why are we not requiring there to be some kind of public engagement meeting?
I can speak a little bit on this one. The public engagement ordinance passed a couple years ago was essentially discussed between neighborhoods and the development teams, trying to find out what are the type of projects that would require public engagement. At this point, most of those are related to large developments. In tax incentive plan, usually staff have very limited information. We don't really conduct a bright study, and the applicant usually works closely with EDC. So I believe that has been discussed, and we decided it was not subject to public engagement requirement at that point.
And I can add, this is Joe, I can add that usually tax incentive projects require rezoning to UR. And so that through that rezoning process, public engagement is always required. The neighborhood meeting is always required. So that's one reason why tax incentive plans alone weren't on their own weren't required to do that. Another reason is that the zoning and development code actually contains no reference whatsoever regarding the procedures for an approval of a tax incentive plan or a finding of blight. I believe it's simply state statutes that require this commission to weigh in on it. So adding that to the ordinance would have been confusing, to say the least, because there's no reference to tax incentives at all in the zoning code.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? So let's go ahead and open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak on docket item number 3, please raise your hand and you will be called upon.
Mr. Chair, no one is raising their hand.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Anything else, applicant, you'd like to state?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right. So we'll go ahead and close testimony and speak amongst the commissioners. If there's nothing to talk about, then I'll go ahead and take a motion, and just recall that there's 2 items that we need to have a motion on. One is the finding of blight, and the second one is the approval of the plan for this project.
Does it have to be made in that order? The blights first?
Yeah, I think we take them separate, if you don't mind.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose that we accept the finding of blight on case number 3, CPC 00057.
Okay. So I've got a motion and a second for the finding of blight on docket item 3. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Yes. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like that motion passes for the finding of blight, 6-0. So now take a second motion on the actual approval of the project, the plan.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose a, what are we doing?
You're just looking for approval of the development
Approval.
plan?
Okay, my word left me, that's all. I'd like to propose approval on Plan 3 CPC 00057 Woodland Groves plan as presented
Okay,
without conditions.
so I've got a motion.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second for approval of the development plan. Lisa, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, looks like the motion passes. We certainly appreciate you bringing this project in. Looks like a great one for the Northland, and good luck with it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So that moves us on to docket item number 5.
All right, docket 5 is case number CPC 2021-00058. This is a request to approve a development plan, which also acts as a preliminary plat to create 7 residential lots with deviations from the required lot and building standards in District R6 on about half an acre, located at 1821 Mercier Street. Shu Wood is our staff planner.
Thank you, everyone. This case in front of you is a replatting to reestablish lot lines for the non-conforming lots located in the west side. More specifically, it is located on the east side of Mercier Street, in between West 18th Street and West 20th Street. Currently, there are 6 parcels as highlighted in this satellite image. It is zone R6 with undeveloped land and single families around that project site. This is the view looking east from Mercier Street at the subject site. As I mentioned, currently it is undeveloped. On the other side of the street, this is view looking west. There are single family houses. The applicant proposed to reestablish 7 lots ranging from roughly 3,000 square feet to 3,600 square feet. And these lots has an average of close to 24 feet width, and then has lot lengths ranging from 96 feet to 126 feet. Due to the current zoning district requirement, R6 requires lot width to be at least 50 feet wide and the lot area to be at least 6,000. So a series of deviations has been requested by the applicant for each lot. Generally saying, there is a deviation for approximately 26 feet to the lot width and approximately 3,000 to the lot area. The applicant has provided some sketch to the product that they're proposing. They're proposing single family houses on all these 7 lots. They're about 2 stories and has the front facing Mercier Street with rear yard with rear loading attached garage from the alleyway to the east of the site. These are the elevations provided by the applicant. As I mentioned earlier, the front elevation is on the top left corner of this image, and that will be facing Mercier. And at the bottom left is the rear elevation with the attached garage with access from the alleyway located on the east side of the building. There is no building setbacks has been provided by the applicant. Therefore, the building setbacks is not subject to review at this point. Staff would recommend approval with conditions with condition number 1 and 2, and for building setbacks, those shall comply with Chapter 88. That concludes my, one more. Staff has received 1 opposition letter, and I will read it. It's from Chris Holiday. He said, Saturday, April 24th. He emailed staff and said, "Dear City Planning Commission, I do not approve of the replatting of the 7 lots in this project. I believe the proposed homes are too big for a 25-foot lot. The houses and driveway would cover most of the lot. Also, the builder did not adequately address the impact of the alley by all the new residents' cars. Stormwater runoff was not adequately addressed by builder at the meeting either. Thank you for your consideration. Chris Holliday, 1828 Mercier." That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to city staff? Okay. Seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant, please. Is the applicant available?
Yes, Mr. Chair, they're just waiting on me. I apologize.
Okay,
I'm promoting them now.
thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Chris Holmquist. I'm with Olson. We're located at 1301 Burlington Street, North Kansas City. We're the engineers and planners for this project. Mr. Jim Lambie is the developer. He should be on this call as well. I want to thank staff and Shu for putting the presentation together and working with us. She covered all of our points. There's really not much to explain on this project. We have 7 already platted lots that we just need to approve the deviations to the R6 zoning standards for.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I'm just interested in the feedback that you got from one of the residents. Can you address maybe some of the issues there, especially stormwater, alley parking, and so forth?
Yeah, so first of all, I believe there was a question on whether the houses were too big for the lots. They do work with the required setbacks. They fit within that footprint area. So that shouldn't be a concern. And like Shu said, the driveways are rear loaded. They open up to the alley in the back. And that alley is existing and in place. And we haven't heard any feedback from staff on any improvements that would be required for this project. And our site is a total of 0.43 acres. And because of that, I believe the stormwater requirements, apart from standard construction, stormwater protection, that sort of thing, those things shouldn't apply, dealing with detention and BMPs and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none. So Joe, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's somebody out there who would like to speak on docket item number 5 from the public, please raise your hand and Joe will promote you up to speak.
Someone named Noah has raised his hand.
Okay. I think we already have, is Mr. Hernandez, are you from the public to speak about this project?
Yes, I am.
Can we start with you since you're already got your camera on, ready to go?
Yes. Thank you all. Richard Hernandez, 2106 Holly, president of the West Side Neighborhood Association. We invited the Jim Lambie down to our neighborhood meeting to give a presentation. Wasn't bad, wasn't perfect, but wasn't bad. But like the letter just stated, there's still a little concern about the alley and parking. They didn't like, we haven't had a chance to go over what we talked about that day because it ran too late. And we only have our meeting monthly. So we really need more chance to talk about this more within our community. We didn't like the stucco siding. Like I said, the off-street parking in that alley I think it needs to be looked at a little closer. And the $500,000 range is way out there for anybody locally. And buying up of the land and not giving us a chance to build affordable homes is a problem, which we're trying to address with the city and actually meeting with Brian Platt sometime soon here again about building some affordable homes. And we're going to ask that these builders build, as even Jim Lambrey, build, if we agree to the replatting or rezoning, whichever one they use the most or need, that they agree to build 2 affordable homes for $150,000 or less. We ask that. And we ask that you continue this case so we can meet again as the community, given the time that we ran out last week or 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, one more thing. We have, we have the right and the need for affordable housing on the west side. With people buying up the land, it's been a little tough. So that's why we ask these things. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the next person I believe was Noah. Noah, can you state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Noah Nye. I'm at 1820 Holly Street. I'm actually, I'll be right behind the development here. So I second the concerns around the alley. It's fairly tight as it is. So would love to see some project, seeing how that will either be approved upon as this development moves forward. But question for the developer or the applicant is, how long would this development take place? Is this a couple-year project? What are we looking at as far as timeline?
All right, I'll have him answer that as we close public testimony, if that's all right.
Yep, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
One else.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. Is Mr. Hunter, are you here to speak on this case, or?
Yes, I am.
From the public, or are you part of the applicant?
Public.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. Again, let's talk about briefly the alley and the exit, the entrance into the garages, because street parking on the west side is a real problem because of the narrowness of the streets. So will the aprons allow room for 2 vertical and 1 horizontal parking should you have guests over? That's number one. Number two, I'm a little bit concerned about the density, and we have some precedent in recent time on the west side that indicates that the community has objected to building on 25-foot lots. The most recent one was at 21st and Bellevue, where originally Edward Franklin proposed building on 25-foot lots. The community got involved and they agreed to expand those lots from 25 to 30 feet. And therefore they went from 4 houses to 3 houses. I don't know that this has been presented to the Planning Commission yet, but the property across the street from where the project we're currently discussing is also planning to build, and again, those are 25-foot narrow lots, and their proposal is going to be, if they haven't made it yet, and I was fortunate enough to run onto the builder and see his plans, was to go on 32-foot lots. So again, the 25-foot lots are, as has been stated by Mr. Hernandez and others, that just seem to be very narrow for what is being proposed. And then finally, the West Side has, in the last 10 or 12 years, has done an excellent job of renewing itself. And it's primarily been based on individual houses with their individual characteristics. It doesn't have any semblance, and I can't think of any place on the West Side that's relatively new, where it sort of looks like a tract where every other house or every third house looks very similar. And the design that we got at the meeting that Mr. Hernandez referred to is that it looks like they're just being, one looks this way, the next one looks this way, the third one looks like the first one, etc. And again, they're using very standardized kinds of building materials and stucco and lap siding. And again, that's just not the character of what's going on the West Side now. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is anybody else from the public that's raised their hand for docket item number 5?
I did not see anyone else, and I did not promote anyone else. I think someone else promoted Richard and Mr. Hunter.
Okay.
So I didn't know that.
Totally understand. Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So back to applicant here. There are several items that were brought up from the public, and can you address those, please?
Yes, I can. First, with parking, the garages are designed to be 2-car garages, and with the setbacks off of the alley, there should be space in the driveways for 2 additional cars to park if needed. And since there won't be driveways facing Mercier Street, there will be still on-street parking available along all of those lots as well, available to the public. We're not proposing any widening of the alley. That is within public domain. That's not a part of our project. We're simply adjacent to the alleyway. As it exists, it's a 12-foot wide tract adjacent to our property.
Does the alleyway go all the way up north-south?
It goes almost up to the north end of the block, but it tees in just north of Bellevue Avenue.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
There was a comment about the size of buildings on the lots. Again, it has been designed to fit within the setbacks that are required. I will say that a large number of the surrounding lots in the neighborhood on the block and surrounding blocks are also 25-foot wide. Again, these lots are original from the plat back in the 1800s and haven't been changed since then. And we aren't proposing any changes to lot width. And I think Mr. Lambie can speak a little more about this, about the timeline, but I believe he's been sitting on the land for several years now and would like to get going with construction as soon as he could. And the price point, I think it was mentioned $500,000. I think the actual price range, as stated in the public hearing, was closer to $350,000 to $400,000. Just as a correction point of information. Was there anything else that I didn't address?
Yeah, I think some of the character of the architecture being repetitive versus more individualized.
I can have Mr. Lambie speak on that in more greater detail. I also wanted to double check with staff, is the building character a part of this review today? Just wanted to clarify that.
No, the building character is not a part of this view at this point, but we sure encourage you to consider the public input regarding to your building characters.
Absolutely.
Okay. You said there's somebody that could speak on the timeline. I take it that's the owner. That's right.
Yeah, the developer, Jim Lambie.
Yeah, Jim, are you available?
It looks like he's listed here as a panelist.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, it'll do a complete build out, and I have no problems with coming up with additional elevations. That's not an issue. And he has cracked the buildings, trying to bring in between 350 to 400,000, which is getting tougher and tougher to do with all the price increases we're having. But if I did split this into bigger lots, then you'd probably be in the 500 to a million range. So I'm trying to build something as affordable as I can in today's market.
Okay. And what kind of timeline do you think you'll be on?
Well, I'm ready to start any time. We've got plans ready to submit for building permits, but until we get this replat, we can't start.
Are you going to build them all at once, or are you going to do phases for the 7
Two
homes?
phases. Yes, it'd be 2 phases.
Over a 5-year period or 3-year?
2-year.
Okay. Okay. Did I miss anything, Commission?
I think there was a question, but I think it's been answered with regards. I think the neighbourhood had asked about affordable housing. Two of them being built at 150, but I'm not even sure that's possible.
Well, I've been building for 43 years. In the 80s, I used to build for 68.5. Right now, I've got lots over in Redbridge Shopping Center. I bought for 25,000, and as low as I can get is 3 1/4. We've had lumber go up 175% in a year's time. Steel just went up 25%. Insulation's going up 12% for a quarter for the next 3 quarters. So it's very difficult to get anything like this. Plus, these lots were available for probably 5 to 7 years for sale that anybody in the west side could have bought them. Nobody did. And since I've owned them, I've kept them clean, and which hadn't happened in the past. And several of the neighborhoods commented about they were glad that I bought them, but they've been available and people could have bought them and they did not.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Commission? Anything else, applicant?
I do have a quick question. Did we have anything from the fire department on the closeness of these homes? Did they chime in on anything?
Is that a question for staff? Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
No, we don't at this point, but these single family houses, they will be subject to building permit review. And I'm sure at the permit level, the staff will review regarding to firewall requirements. And Mr. Lambie, sounds like you have more to say. So if you want to add to it.
Yes, with the setbacks that we have, we cannot have windows on the side elevations to meet fire code, and we also cannot have any eaves that overhang. And then we're also planned on the stucco or the cement siding so that there's less fire risk also.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for the developer.
Yes.
Are you amenable to, I think it was mentioned earlier a little bit about you may smooth over a little bit more the presentation and the concerns of the community as stated earlier. And you made reference about the 1800s and the closest of houses at that time. Well, in the 1800s, almost nobody had a car. People rode the streetcar that are not around anymore. That's the reason for 25-foot lots at the time.
Well, if I build bigger houses, then I'm building fewer and a lot more expensive, which doesn't attain their affordability goal that they were asking for. And I've had several people said they don't want big, in the community meeting, did not want overly large homes on those lots.
Well, they could be too wide if you only got 25-foot lot.
Well, but to make a bigger home, I'd have to make bigger lots.
You're talking about 3 feet between houses?
There's a total of 8 feet total between houses, the entire neighborhood already.
That include the eaves of the roof?
I don't have an eave, it's tight barge.
What about being able to once again meet with a community to maybe smooth out and as Mr. Hernandez stated that it was not the best plan, but it's not the, maybe not even 50-50 agreement.
You know, I try to build as affordable as I can, and with today's cost, it's not possible to get that low.
How about the basement? Do these houses have basements?
Yes, these are full basements. The double car garage is off the alley in the basement. And we have room in the basement. If somebody wants to add a third bedroom and a bathroom, we can accommodate it.
These are all my comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I'm going to close all testimony and we'll talk amongst the commission. If there's no discussion needed, then I will entertain a motion.
I'll just note personally that as I've been critical of lots on smaller or development on smaller lots in the past, I do think that this is fitting with the neighborhood and appreciate the applicant's goals of trying to make something that is going to be affordably priced. Although I do understand that this is going to be coming in at a price point that's higher than most of the houses in the neighborhood. And so just wanted to note that I am supportive of it.
Okay. Anybody else? All right.
I'll go ahead. Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion then. Move to approve docket item number 9 with conditions as stated.
I mean, docket item number 5.
I'm sorry, number 5 with conditions as stated.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, it looks like I got a motion and a second for docket item number 5. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Yes. Commissioner Baker, are you part of this case or the next one? Okay, gotcha. Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Weasley?
No.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
No.
Rojas?
No.
Okay, it looks like we got a tie vote of 3-3. So what happens now, Sarah? Does it go forward as a no recommendation to the council?
I would suggest that you make a motion to move it forward with the tie vote, because technically a tie vote fails.
Sure. Okay.
Yep.
So we've got a tie of 3-3 on that particular motion of approval 3 for and 3 against. And so I would look for another motion then to move it forward with this tie vote.
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so Lisa, can you take a roll call on that motion, please?
Can I get clarification? Sorry, Kobe.
Yeah, so
we're
the
moving
initial
forward with no recommendation. Is that what this vote is?
it is actually a recommendation to push it forward to the council, that it was a tie vote of 3-3. So move it out of City Planning Commission and into the council's hands.
And if it fails, if it isn't moved forward, then they have to start all over, or what's the?
Well, then we would look for a motion to deny the actual application, and it looks like we'd still be tied 3-3. So we're just basically moving it forward with a no recommendation.
Yeah, essentially it's no recommendation since it's a tie vote. It will be reported in the minutes, though, that it was a tie vote.
But I think she's trying to find out what happens with the project from us having a tie vote. Then it goes to council for approval or non-approval, or it goes to BZA. What's the process?
This is a development plan, so it would go to city council for approval. Just like if you voted to deny a project, it can still move forward to city council for approval.
Does that make sense?
Cothea?
No, but that's okay. I'll still vote no. It doesn't make sense, because if we deny as a body, yes, it can move forward, but I thought it requires the council to pull it, right? Like it goes through with no recommendation and they vote no.
No. I mean, there are occasions where a developer will choose not to move forward, right? If there's been a denial, but in every case, unless that happens, your recommendation is to be forwarded on to the city council for them to make the final decision.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second to move the case on to the council for final approval or or denial of the case. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that particular motion? I believe we had the motion by Commissioner Enders and second by Mr. Allender.
Yes. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Proud,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
No.
Rojas.
No.
Okay, so it's been for that motion, it's been approved 4-2 to move the case on forward to the council to take it upon and for approval or denial of the case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that moves us to docket item number 6. And please note that we've got Commissioner Baker has joined us now.
All right, docket item 6 is case number CPC 2021-00059. This is a request to approve a development plan which acts as a preliminary plat to create 25 single-family residential lots in 4 tracts with deviations to the required setbacks and landscape buffer on about 15 acres located on the north side of Northwest Berry Road between North Line Creek Parkway on the west and North Marston Avenue on the east. Shu Wood is the staff planner.
This case in front of you is a development plan acting as a preliminary plat as well. It is for the project called 27 Row. It's located in Northland. More specifically, it's located on the north side of Northwest Berry Road. As you can see, the subject site is an L shape. It has 2 parts as zoning district. One part is zone R7.5, which is this square looking west part of the site. And the other side is zone B3-3 on the east side of the project. So currently the land is undeveloped and there is single family developed to the north side of the subject site. There is also commercial uses zoned B3-3 and undeveloped land in AGR located to the west side of the subject site. On the other side of Barry Road, there is apartments and single family uses with a mixed zoning R1.5 to R7.5. This is the view looking north from Northwest Barry Road at the subject site. Again, currently it's undeveloped. This is the view looking south across the street at the senior apartments. The site is generally flat, and the applicant has provided a site plan that indicating there will be 4 tracks created. Track D is this track that's zoned B3-3 that will be used for material storage for construction purposes. There is no development plan currently for track D, and track D is roughly about 6 acres. And there will be 25 lots on this R7.5 zoning district. Lot 15 and 16 are corner lots in between the proposed Northwest 84th Terrace and North Pontiac Avenue. And the applicant proposed a semi-attached house for each lot for lot numbers 15 and 16. The minor subdivision will be subject to future development. Due to the limited spaces of the site and the regulated stream, the applicant requested the following deviations. The first deviation is a deviation for a 30-foot landscape buffer that required by the code along Barry Road. The applicant requests to reduce the landscape buffer to 15 feet. So a deviation in the amount of 15 feet for landscape buffer is requested. The second request for deviation is to allow minimum horizontal curve minimum for roadway center line from 181 to 85 in front of lots 20 to 22 along North Pontiac Avenue. And the third deviation is to allow 25-foot rear yard building setbacks line as opposed to 30 feet as required by code for lots 20 to 25. These are the lots abutting Barry Road. And the last deviation request is to the rear yard setback for lot 15 and 16 as proposed by the applicant. So for the, I'm sorry, I think I got a little confused here. This is the number 4 deviation, which is to the lot area in the amount of 1,984 square feet for lot 15 and 1,984 square feet for lot 16 in order to build a semi-attached house for each lot. Because it's zone R7.5 and semi-attached houses allowed. However, we require 15,000 square foot for each lot. The number 5 for deviation is the deviation to the rear yard setback for lot 15B and lot 16B in the amount of 10.4 feet. The requirement by the code is 18.4 feet. And that is triggered by how the semi-attached house is going to be laid out. For lot 15A and lot 16A, the semi-attached house will have a driveway and building front facing Northwest 84th Terrace, which is this west to east road. And on lot 15B and 16B, the semi-attached house will have a driveway access and building front facing North Pontiac Avenue. Therefore, essentially for lot A and B, the front yard and side yard and rear yard is different. That's why for lot B's, they requested rear yard setback deviation. And this is the utility plan and grading plan provided by the applicant. And this is a landscape plan provided by the applicant. Staff will continue working on improving the landscape buffer along Barry Road in order to provide screening and buffer to the residential lots, especially abutting the Barry Road. So staff recommends approval with conditions number 1 to 25 as stated in the staff report. Additionally, staff will add 3 more conditions to the staff report. The first condition is lot 15 and 16 are subject to minor subdivision process to lot A and B. Buildings located on lot A shall have driveways and building entries from northwest to 84th Terrace, and the buildings located on lot B's shall have driveway and building entries from North Pontiac Avenue. The reason for this recommendation is to create a more single-family looking semi-attached house. And then condition number 27 is in future, if any fence would be erected, the fence erected along Barry Road shall be uniform and no more than 6 feet tall, and the material shall be made of decorative metals. The last added condition could be condition number 28, that the applicant shall continue working with staff on improving landscaping along Barry Road prior to request for ordinance. Staff has communicated these additional conditions with the applicant, and to my understanding, the applicant is in agreement with these conditions. And that concludes my presentation. I'm open to questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to staff?
Sure, just, did I hear you, we've got a stream setback?
No, it's not a stream setback. There is a regulated stream, I believe, and you can tell from this site that is running mostly east-west across the site. And because of this regulated stream and the proposed detention area, the applicant has to push some of the single-family lots a little closer to Barry Road. Therefore, they're asking for deviations for the landscape buffer along Barry Road and the rear yard setback along Barry Road.
So is this in a floodplain, or does this stream flood at all?
Not as my knowledge that the stream flood, but I will direct that question to the applicant to answer more since they know better about the site.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Shu, could you provide? Yeah, so I think the deviation or the variance that I'm most concerned about is the proximity to Barry Road. Can you discuss why you're comfortable with 15 feet as opposed to 30 feet and why you think that the landscaping would be sufficient? And that, because it seems like it would be, it's a pretty drastic change, and it seems that would be inconsistent with other areas, but clearly you're comfortable with it. So could you just explain how you got there?
Sure, that's a great question. And it was not an easy call out by staff neither. We do consider both the development opportunities at this site as well as the impact to the surrounding. And as you noticed, along Barry Road, to both the east and the west side of the subject site, there is no current development close to Barry Road. So we don't have a plan that we don't have an existing condition for us to compare the setback at this moment. But on the other hand, when you do have a development that is impacted by this natural resource, if we don't grant the deviation, then likely they're going to lose all these lots that's south of this, that's close to the Barry Road. So when we look at the pros and cons, this is a hardship. This is a physical hardship at this point. And then when we look at the amount of the deviations they do request right over here, we believe 15-feet landscape buffer is sufficient if they're improving the landscape screening by providing more evergreen trees and adding landscape berming at this site. It will probably provide a significant remedy to the requirement of the landscape buffer. And we do require landscape buffer to 30 feet, mostly because Barry Road is the major street. You see a lot of other streets, normally a 15-foot landscape buffer is not very uncommon. So due to all these factors, the staff looked at it, That's why we made a recommendation for approval subject to the conditions, especially for landscaping improvement. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that helps. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Are there sidewalks on that side of the street, or plans for sidewalks?
On Barry Road?
Yeah.
I believe so. The sidewalk will be a requirement for
Okay.
this development.
And that fits with all the landscape adjustments?
It should.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the sidewalk's already there, and they, I believe, have to dedicate some additional right-of-way. So it would, I don't see any reason why the sidewalk would have to be removed for any reason. If anything, it might need to be rebuilt to meet current standards if it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they are proposing a 9-foot dedicated right-of-way as required by the city.
Okay, any other questions from the commission to staff?
I guess one more. So, Shu, you mentioned that because the adjacent lots don't have any other homes there to kind of, deviate from the existing, setback. Is there any concern about this then setting precedent for other, that like the next parcel, if it's developed, would you imagine that would be fine? Also, you'd also be comfortable with 15 feet there?
So to the east side, which is the tract D, that is included in this preliminary plan and development plan, that is on the B3-3. We believe it is probably intent to be developed for a commercial use in future, which the zoning classification fits that use. And if it is, I believe that will be closer to the street than normally we would require to single family homes. So not too much concern on the east side. And on the west side, let me share this satellite view. On the west side, it's already developed at this point. So there's not much change that's expected by staff at this point.
To answer your question more broadly, Commissioner Enders, yeah, we want to take the context into account on every site. Shu mentioned that this site has topographical constraints that limit their ability to put lots in south of the stream if the waiver is not granted. So that's part of the consideration for this property in particular. If that wasn't there, we would be less likely to support it. But we also don't want, dramatic visible inconsistencies with the setbacks along the same stretch of road. So we have to take both into consideration in our recommendation.
Got it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions from the commission? All right, well, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Applicant, welcome.
Good morning, Matt Kist with Kimley Horn here on behalf of Ryan Chambers, my client. Kimley Horn's office is located at 1828 Walnut Street in Kansas City, Missouri. As Shu described, we're proposing a 25 lot subdivision here on the site. I think we've done a nice job of working with Shu and the rest of the city staff, working through some of the site challenges. A couple of things, I don't know that we have anything substantial or presentation to add, just a couple of point of clarifications. The existing channel that runs through the site is actually not a regulated stream. It's not on the city stream buffer map. It's not on the FEMA floodplain. There is drainage that runs through it, but it's actually not that sizable amount of area. So we are accounting for maintaining that channel and that flow through the site, but it doesn't require any floodplain developments, stream buffers, etc. Regarding the landscape berm, I think we're in agreement with Shu and Joe. The landscape easement that or landscape track that we're suggesting, that 15-foot wide, it's actually got about a 3 or 4 foot tall berm above the sidewalk grade. There are existing sidewalks along the north side of Barry Road. And so we'll be berming up that area and then adding additional landscape plantings beyond what was shown here today. We're in agreement with staff on that additional condition. Let's see what else. I think it's important to note that the project. You know, this is a non-typical project in the fact that it's only 25 lots. The developer, Ryan Chambers, who's here with us today to answer any questions, but we are proposing, you know, very high quality, kind of a modern looking architecture. We're not proposing any architecture as part of this development plan. We're here strictly for the development plan approval, but they intend to have, you know, homes starting around the $400,000 mark, high quality building materials, a little bit smaller housing footprint than what other housing products are in the area. But we think it's going to be a very nice amenity for the Northland. So with that, you know, we're here to answer any additional questions and help explain the project.
I'm going to start with just a comment here. Obviously, being a Northlander and live right down the street from this, Berry Road is something that's important to me. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any kind of development standard or look or feel. But Berry Road is a major east-west street that we have in the Northland. It takes you basically from 435 all the way over to almost the other 435 or even 35. And this is right in the middle of the high visibility area. So next door or behind, you have some housing neighborhood that's been around a while. It's probably 70s, 80s construction. Across the street on the south side of Berry, you've got a 55 and up neighborhood. And you're looking at commercial to the east, commercial on the south, and then to the west, you actually have it's been like a mansion. It's been several different things over the years. So I'm just kind of curious, with this and what's around it, $400,000 plus homes in this area. Just how that fits and how it fits with whatever's around it. But again, I think Berry Road being a more busy street, having a residential that butts up to Berry Road, for me, it's kind of challenging. But again, there is no design standard or anything for Berry Road at this point in time. I'd like to see something at some point in time, but I'm just kind of curious on how you guys feel that this fits. I'm personally not in favor of the 15-foot. I don't think that's enough. Again, it's on Berry Road. That's really the only point with that. I do like the berm. I do like the condition that it will have, if you put a fence up, that it will be some kind of iron or metal versus a cedar fence. So, again, just kind of talk me through the thought process of this being a good fit for this area.
Yeah. Ryan, do you want to speak to kind of the why?
Sure, absolutely. What we're really trying to accomplish here, and I appreciate all those comments, is we're really going to try to bring a different and a unique housing stock right here to Berry Road. And I'm going to say it's going to be a much higher quality and a much different feel than anything else that's in the surrounding area, the adjacent area. I hate to make comparisons because those always kind of never fulfill, but around the corner up North Oak, there's a more modern neighborhood that was very well done and pretty successful. And so I would hate to say we're going to be like that, but we're going to definitely bring a lot different housing product that, frankly, I think is absolutely desired and needed and will change a little bit of the options available. As far as any of the surrounding areas and the neighbors, we've got a lot of neighborhood support for the development we're going to propose. Everybody kind of agrees that it's going to bring up their neighborhood standard as well. You're right, it's a late 70s neighborhood right around us, generally speaking, with no HOA or with no covenants or restrictions. So you kind of have a mix of neighboring properties in there. Our west property is probably not going to change in the foreseeable future as a single use big piece of property. And then as the commercial gets developed, you'll see that we're going to fit in, if not complement or exceed the other development going on immediately to our east. So I do want to clarify two things really quick. Is we had to give up the 9 feet for the major roadway plan. So really we're giving the 9 plus the 15 feet of buffer. So there's 24 feet there. So the sidewalk will have plenty of room behind it for actual landscape buffer before anybody's yards actually come into play.
I think it's also worth noting, Commissioner Crowell, that because of the site's topography, as you head north on Pontiac, you're going to be going downgrade, so that those homes and their driveways are going to be actually below Berry Road by, roughly 10 feet. So that's for the ground level, garage level. So I think that's, it's not like these are sticking up way in the air, or even right at street grade of Berry Road.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? All right, at this time, we'll go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody who'd like to speak about docket item number 6 from the public, please raise your hand and Joe will call upon you.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So anything else to add, applicant?
I do think the only other thing I would add is we did have our public meeting. We followed the city's neighborhood engagement process. We had neighbors, we did it virtually via Zoom. We had neighbors from the north and surrounding areas. We also had the senior living facility to the south. They had about 30 members that were in attendance there. In general, it was very good discussion. I think they were pretty supportive of the project as a whole. Lots of questions, just curious on what was going to be there, since it's been vacant piece of ground for so long. But I think in general the neighborhood is pretty supportive of our suggested use, since we're following the city's. We're not talking about rezoning of this residential tract. We're matching the R75 zoning that's in place today. So ask the committee to keep that in mind when considering our case.
All right, thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close all testimony and just be amongst the commission. If there's no further comments, I'll take a motion on this particular docket item.
Mr. Chair, I do have one. It's back for staff because I'm concerned. I think there was a couple of cases that went through and they were actually up in the Northland where I think there was an existing stream that didn't even exist on a warehouse. And there was a request, I know when it got to council, and maybe this is not the appropriate time, but the council were looking for indemnification of if a stream it was going through, and I think the other one was a school, that the council wanted indemnification against the developer or with the developer, that if the site did flood for some reason, if there's a channel, that they wanted to be indemnified against the liability of that. So I just want to make sure there is, even if it's a channel, is this applicable to this case? Because we do have a channel running through, whether it's a natural stream or not, but I just wanted to get clarification. And maybe I'm out of context here, but I know that that was at the council level with that identification. So just want to get some clarification around that.
Okay. Sounds
This
like
is, this is Stacy Lowe, Division Manager Land Development. Commissioner Allen, I can probably help address that one the best. The one major difference is kind of what Mr. Kiss referenced earlier in his discussion. The city has an official natural resources map, which determines all the regulated streams in addition to the FEMA flood maps. The stream on this property is not included in that map, so it would not be under consideration for the actual city's floodplain and regulated stream ordinances. So that would not qualify in this case. So they would not have to proceed to council, similar to what the 2 previous projects you mentioned asked for in order to get waivers from council, which is where the indemnification request came into play.
Okay, great. Thanks, Stacey.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, with that, I'll take a motion.
Are we moving to approve with the conditions and then the conditions added in the staff report?
That'd be correct.
Okay. I move to approve case number 6 with the stated conditions and the added conditions in the staff presentation.
Okay, yeah, there's 3 added conditions, 26, 27, and 28.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, do you mind taking a roll call, please?
Yes. Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Proud,
Nay.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like the motion passes 6-1. And I just want to make it clear, my statement for the no is just basically because of Berry Road itself. And I'd like to see council work on some kind of overlay for that area, and that's just what I'd like to see. So there's nothing against the project itself, but it looks like it's passed to move forward anyways, 6-1. So thank you for bringing it in, and good luck with it.
Thank you, commissioners.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's 11:30. We've got a few cases. I think we got 5 to go. It's probably time for a little bit of a break. So we can use the facilities, maybe grab something to eat and refresh a drink. So with that, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break and come back at 11:45. That's actually 17 minutes. So thank you.
Them food come over the first day after the plane. Yeah. Now, do you know their recall increase? Their recall increased by. They said the drug yeah. No, I'm not wearing that. Why I gotta wear that? You know what? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's we want to be a house. Yeah. Well, you check his mouth every time he opens. He wants to be a trumper. Yeah, he said it, you know. He wants to be the house people for that. Yeah, they grow. Now I can be on a very bad. No, not this one. This was too big. This one's too. Yeah, totally end up. Either one is big or the other.
Hey, Commissioner Rojas, do you mind muting for a little bit?
Excuse me, yes.
Thank
So-
you, sir. Everybody back? Commissioner Baker, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Beasley. Commissioner Beasley, you there? All right, how about Commissioner Hill? There you are, okay. Joe and Sarah, you back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and Commissioner Beasley will join us here, I imagine. So let's go
I'm
ahead.
here.
All right.
I'm here.
Perfect. So we're on docket item number 9 now, correct?
That's right.
Okay, fire away.
Docket item 9, case number CPC 2021-00014. Request to approve a rezoning from District B3-2 and R-5 to District UR to allow for a 24-unit multifamily residential development located on the north side of East 23rd Street, bordered by Prospect Avenue on the east and Olive Street on the west. Olufue Agbaji is our staff planner.
Thank you, Joe. Good afternoon. Good morning still, not afternoon yet. Mr. Chairman, members of Commission Olufue Agbaji City Planning and Development staff. This next case, hey, Joe, can you promote, I think, Leonard Graham, Lamine, and Tim, and Robert? This next case is located kind of in the east side of town, more specifically on 22nd Street and Prospect, 22nd and Prospect, just south of I-70 as he goes through the curve, and on the east side of Bruce Watkins. This is the area, and this is the reason I'm showing this is that back in 2015, 2016, the City Council approved the connector, 22nd Street, 23rd Street connector, and they also approved the PIA development plan to then absorb the area within this, which is kind of what allows for this development to occur today. Again, this is the ordinance that was passed, 151051, adopted in 2016. We also amended the heart of the city area plan, future land use plan to allow for mixed use neighborhood and medium density residential, which is part of what allowed for this. Again, there was a PIA plan called the 22nd, 23rd Street connector, PIA general development plan, and it was on the overall 4.2 acres. So back in 2016, this is what the site looks like. And you can see it's a full 2 city blocks, bordered on the north by 22nd Street, south by 23rd Street, Olive on the west, and Prospect on the east. So going through the site is Wabash, and since then Wabash Avenue has been vacated. So the reason for this in the connector, and I'll just give you a quick background. So 22nd Street, as you all know, is the main east-west corridor that takes people from Crossroads, the Hospital Hill, and Crown Center through to the east, and they go through Bruce Watkins, and then they come down. And when you get to the east side along I-70, there is no on-ramp at 22nd Street. So the on-ramp onto I-70 is 23rd Street. So Public Works decided, the area in red, to make that connector, thereby taking the thoroughfare, which is a major thoroughfare, 4 lanes, moving that through to then connect that to 23rd Street to allow for the east-west movement from, again, from downtown and then the Crown Plaza area all the way through to I-70, which now creates a corridor through that area. So this is what was approved, and this was approved and constructed back in May of 2019. So they have done that connector, which left every parcel within this area kind of left for development. Again, this is what it looks like today. And here is a picture, and most of these pictures I want to say was provided by the applicant Telfair and Brown, so they did most of this. So this is what the site looks like, and I think this is a drone picture that shows what the connector looks like. So you're looking east with the stub of 22nd Street right here, and then you then transition to join 23rd Street, and the land we're going to be dealing with today is to the south of this. So again, this is again phase one of the overall development, the overall PIA plan, and it's about 2.5 acres, currently zone B32 and R1.5. There's about 27 underlying parcels within this phase, and the request is to rezone it to UR and allow for the development of 24 units in 9 buildings. And these proposed as 3 fourplexes and 6 duplexes. It will be within those 24 units, there will be an office which will be used for rental and just maintenance. And then there will be 23 residential units. Again, this, as you can see, the street, even though constructed today, still is over the underlying parcels. And these are parcel lines that as they exist today. And part of this UR plan will act as a preliminary plat to not only consolidate the parcel, but also to provide, to dedicate the actual roadway that's been constructed. This is one of the renderings, original renderings provided by the applicant that shows the connector and also shows the main access. These are going to be, again, duplexes and fourplexes townhomes with access off East 23rd Street and East 22nd and Olive Street. These are all going to be rear loaded single garage per unit. And then they do have additional parking on the site for visitors. This is a summary, project summary provided by the applicant. And again, this will be senior apartments. Each unit will be about 900 square feet. There are also other advantages to the site is that it's close to the Truce Max. And then this has been done in cooperation with Mount Pleasant Baptist Church, which is just across the street from the site. Again, this is a site plan showing the proposed unit 1 through 9 buildings, and the church is actually right on the west side of Olive. This is the areas that will need to be vacated. They have filed for those applications. So it shows the vacation of the alley, shows vacation of this lower stub of Wabash, and also of the stub of East 23rd Street. This is the provided landscaping plan by the applicant. And this is the revised rendering that's been provided by the applicant, and most of this has been, the applicant has responded to most additional or initial comments provided by staff. Staff does have additional comments since the first submittal or their second submittal, which I will talk about shortly. So the building will be mostly lap siding with a brick, additional brick. And as you can see, the front of the building fronts on all the public street with the garages in the rear. This is a rendering provided by the applicant. And this is another kind of aerial rendering that they did provide as part of their public engagement. The applicant did have a public engagement, I think March 24th. And they also, staff's review of this, the request is consistent with the Heart of the City area plan future land recommendation. and it also complies with the zoning criteria outlined in 88515. DRC recommended approval subject to the 38 conditions. The applicant has concerns with certain conditions, and we can address those. But condition number 6, which is by myself, I can move forward and discuss that with the applicant, and we'll finalize that at the time of the final UR plan. Condition number 20, 29, 30, and 32, I believe by 20 is by land development division, and that can be removed with a resubmittal. 29, 30, 32, I think also those are by fire, and those can be removed once they resubmit. So I guess with that, staff's recommendation is of approval subject to these conditions. That ends my presentation, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. I think what we'll do with all the conditions that are, we had their question there. Let's hear from the applicant, go through the public testimony, and then maybe address them after that. Does that work? So we get them all at one time?
Yep.
Okay. Any questions from the commission to city staff?
Quick question: is the duplexes or the fourplexes facing 22nd, 23rd? Is that the front? It's not. Those are the entrances to those buildings, right, along that street?
All the buildings will face the public streets, so they will face the connector, they will face 23rd, and they will face Olive.
Okay, so all the internal streets is just, it's going to back into the garages, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, well, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant, if we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sure can.
Good. My name is Leonard Graham with Talaferro and Brown. Excuse me. Also on our team, we have Allison Bergman, who is our attorney, Tim McKinney, who is our lead civil engineer, Bob Hafner, who is our lead architect on this, and Lamine Niang, and all of them may be on the call as well, and we may call on them for discussion as questions arise. Olafu did a pretty good job in explaining the project. He showed you the renderings, so on and so forth. He also showed you the items that we had issues with, one of which was item number 6, dealing with the amount of brick that we would utilize on the front of the buildings. And we had a discussion when this point came up during the DRC meeting, and we met with one of your other planners, Angela Ely, and came to conclusions on what we would do in terms of adding brick to the front of the units. The example that we were directed to was the project at 38th and Euclid, which I believe is Ivanhoe's project. And so we tried to mimic what was done at Ivanhoe on adding the brick on the front of the buildings and wrapping around the side. I see that this comment that Olafu has added adds additional brick around the sides of the building. And we are not in favor of that at all because it doesn't really match what we had previously agreed to, and it doesn't match what I'm seeing that was done at Ivanhoe. That was the first issue. that was a concern. I think Olafu said that the others, comment number 20 concerning impact fees, we're outside any impact fee zone, so I don't see a necessity for having a comment there. Item 29, 30, and 32 all dealt with fire department access roads. And we had conversations with fire department inspector and had gotten approval to use all the adjacent streets as fire department access, as opposed to trying to go through that access parking or access area into the rear of the units for accessing the garages. So that I believe that all of those conditions can go away since they've been dealt with. As Olafu said, the two issues that are bothersome to us are the last two comments from Water Services about extending a water line along 22nd, 23rd Street from Wabash to Prospect. And the reason that we're objecting to that is that when the street was built 2.5 or 3 years ago, the original plans included an extension of that water main to Prospect. And the Water Services Department at that point in time said that they did not believe that it was needed. And now when we're coming back with the private development project, we're getting a requirement that that water main be extended at our cost, which we do not believe is appropriate. If there was a necessity for putting that water main in, it should have gone in with the original street construction. We've done flow tests around the site, and we find that we have adequate fire flow at 22nd and Olive, at 23rd and Olive, along 23rd Street, north of the project, and at 23rd and Wabash. The amount of domestic demand that is required to serve this very low density development is very, very low. That's been calculated at about 100 gallons a minute, where the fire flows range from 1,200 to 750 gallons a minute. So that is the reason for our objection with respect to that point. Beyond that, I believe that is the extent of the issues that we had. So I will, let me ask the rest of the team, including Allison, if there are any comments that you might want to make before we turn the control back over to city staff.
This is Allison Bergman, a Hardwick Law Firm, 2345 Grand Boulevard, representing the developer. Olafu and the developer had some email exchange a few minutes ago, and it's my understanding as to the water department conditions, which I think, Leonard, correct me, are 37 and 38, that those could potentially be addressed in a resubmittal. And my concern is that if upon a submittal, those are not addressed to the satisfaction of the developer, that we may end up in the same circle of problem that we have right now, being that the requirements of the city, which had been previously determined to be unnecessary, if foisted onto this project, could really imperil the project. The project's about a $4.5 million low-income housing tax credit transaction. It's in the Central City Sales Tax Economic Development area for which the developer received an allocation. But the potential cost of these improvements could be $250,000 or more. And that burden put upon a rent-restricted low-income project is just something that the project literally cannot sustain. So we would respectfully request that this board consider going ahead and waiving those requirements now. Hopefully they will be harmonized with a resubmittal, but if they are not, that way we will have responded in advance of something that could be imperiling to the project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess some of these we'll go ahead and address now. Olafu, so we've talked. So number 6, let's start with that one.
For 6, I'll continue to work with the developer, and then we can address that with the final UR plan submittal, which they will be doing. So that's required for every UR plan prior to building permit. So I can address that. Number 20, 29, 30, and 32. I did receive confirmation from, no, number 20, I think can be dropped, and that's LDD Stacy Lowe. 29, 30, and 32 is by fire, and I did receive confirmation from Mike Schroeder that we can drop those with resubmittal. What we have left then will be 37 and 38, and that's the one by water. I think I copied Travis. If he's still on the line, if he can comment on Allison's request, that will help all of us. Travis Kiefer, that is, with Water Services.
Okay. Is Travis still available?
I don't see him on the line anymore, Mr. Chair. And I guess I have a question for the applicant. Those comments were provided by Water Services exactly 2 months ago. Why are we just now dealing with them?
We have been going back and forth with Water Services over that time period since the comments were first made. We have not been sitting on our thumbs on this. There's been a considerable amount of activity back and forth with Water Services. They asked us to resurrect from our archives any of the conversations with respect to why a decision was made during the roadway design to eliminate that extension to Prospect. We have provided that information to Water Services, but we have not been able to get a resolution on this issue. We continued this project 2 times for 2 months in an attempt to work through these issues with Water Services, and we have not been able to receive satisfaction so that we could move ahead. We have no choice. We need to move ahead with this project. Someone on one of the previous projects noted the fact that construction costs are rising tremendously. So for every month that we delay on getting started with this, we're seeing cost increases on a project that already is skinny in terms of its ability to meet funding constraints. This is a 4% LIHTC tax credit deal, so there's not a lot of money in it in terms of being able to make the wheels go round. And the addition of, as Allison said, at least $250,000 and perhaps even more to extend that water line just cannot be borne by this project. So we had no choice but to move ahead and bring the project to CPC.
Understood.
Joe, Kirk Rome from the Water Services staff has joined us as a panelist now and might be able to provide additional insight into the situation.
Good morning, Chairman and Commission. This is Kirk Rome with KC Water. I just want to address real quick the comment about the connector project. I was involved in that as a distribution system manager back when that project was planned and designed. And at that time, there wasn't a need to extend the water main because the water main currently loops through the site to the south through the portion of the property that they want to vacate. It's the portion of the water main that's in the vacated area that's the issue. And that's what's creating the need now to loop it back over to the east. So at the time when that project was done, we didn't have plans on this development plan and what vacations were going to occur and things like that, where we knew that main would need to be installed to recreate the loop. And I can share my screen if it would help to kind of show the layout of the distribution system. But that's kind of the history on why it's an issue now as part of the vacation process.
Kurt, I know that you have talked to Lamine about this thing several times, but I do want to counter something that you said, and that is whether or not this project was known and planned at the time that the 22nd, 23rd Street connector was being designed. And it certainly was. The project was well known at that time. And the fact that we planned on doing exactly what's been shown in the design was put on the table during the planning period and the design period on the 22nd, 23rd Street connector. So I want to strongly take objection to that comment.
Okay. Mr. Rome, can you show your screen so we could see, what we're talking about here on the water line?
Certainly. Let me see if I'm not used to doing that in Zoom. So let me see if I can.
You should have a green share screen at the bottom center.
Okay. Yeah, it's not, my map's not coming up for some reason right now. Let me see. Let me try something else here.
Kirk, I have one that might help you.
Okay.
If you'd like for me to share my screen.
Okay, sure.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the project here. The 22nd, 23rd Street connector running through here. This line was built as a portion of the 23rd Street, 22nd, 23rd Street connector project 2.5 or 3 years ago. This blue segment that you see here is the piece that is being requested to be extended on to Prospect. This line here is the line in Wabash that we're talking about. And as I said, when we look back through the correspondence, we see exactly what is shown here in this drawing in terms of building this line, leaving this line in service, leaving these lines in service along 22nd Street. And this is the piece, the dark blue that I'm talking about, that at the time, Water Services came to the conclusion that it was not necessary. Now, I'm going to be very frank with you. It seemed to me at that point in time that there was a squabble between Water Services and Public Works as to who was going to pay for this. And again, just from my perspective, it appeared to me that the reason that this didn't get built was because the Water Services Department didn't want to bear the cost of an additional water main extension with this Public Works roadway project. So again, I mean, I don't know that that's exactly what occurred, but I mean, from where I sit, that's what it looks like to me. So that is the situation that we have at the present moment.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Can somebody just clarify? I think the condition was an analysis by a registered professional engineer. So is there a dispute that there isn't enough capacity and that line has to be built, or is it a dispute on just who's going to pay for it? I just want some clarification. I think the applicant had laid out some figures in their presentation, but I just want to get some clarification. What is the analysis show from, I assume, an independent professional engineer in Missouri? It doesn't say that, but a registered. But can somebody answer that question for me?
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second. We did a flow test, and this was done by American Fire Sprinkler on April 27. In this vicinity, we showed 1200 GPM fire flow out of a fire hydrant here, 750 GPM out of a fire hydrant here, 1000 GPM out of a hydrant here, 800 GPM out of a hydrant here, all with appropriate residual pressures at opposing hydrants. There's another hydrant down here that was broken and they couldn't operate it. As a matter of fact, there were a couple of hydrants that had deficient bolts on the lid or whatever the case may be. But based on that, that analysis showed that there was sufficient fire flow without this line. And then, as I said, looking at a fixture unit method of counting domestic requirements for these 24 units, that amounts to about 100 gallons a minute that's required. So again, you know, if we don't see that this line is needed to supply water for this project, and so that's the crux of our whole issue. And as I said, if Water Services feels for whatever reason that completing this loop with this blue line is necessary, we don't have a problem with that, but it should not be at our cost.
So I might just clarify this, Kirk, again. This red line that's coming out is part of the vacation process, and it leaves this light blue, basically a dead end for several blocks up here coming to the south. So the dark blue dashed is what allows it to be, the distribution system to be re-looped into the system to provide redundancy. And it's an 1899 main, that red dotted line, the old main that's getting built over the top of and graded over.
So the water department believes it is necessary as a part of the development then?
As part of the street vacation, which is part of the development process.
Okay, so on this map, just want to understand really what you're looking for, Kirk, is the red line to be replaced, not necessarily the dark blue dashed line.
Well, the issue is the red line then would be in private property, and we're trying to avoid that with the vacation of that right of way through there.
But as part of vacation, wouldn't that be an easement?
Yes, easement or right of way, correct.
We have, I don't know if you can see this, but there's a driveway here and a little parking area.
Right.
And we are prepared to leave this as easement.
That's something I'll defer to Travis on as far as, if he's willing to, to do that or not. I just wanted to weigh in on the previous, since I was involved in the extension of the street.
Sure. Okay. So it sounds like really, and I'm trying to understand condition 37 and 38, because 37 doesn't necessarily state exactly where you want the water line extension, whether it be from Old Wabash east or, the north-south piece. So I'm assuming that really what we're talking about as part of this project would be the north-south piece.
That's correct.
Okay. And then 38, again, that's verifying the capacity.
Just a second. I didn't quite understand that. I have always understood that the requirement by Water Services is construction of this blue line. Is that not the case, Kirk?
That was the condition as part of the vacation of that right of way or easement.
I don't understand. What is the requirement that Water Services has?
My understanding is that as part of the vacation of that easement or right of way, that's that north-south easement, the red dashed line, that this blue dashed line be constructed to recreate the loop system of the water main.
So could I ask a question, please? So you said that the blue dash line is the one that you're requiring as part of the street vacation, even though the red line going north-south is the one that's within the street being vacated? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, with removal of the red dash line as part of the street vacation, the blue dash line is what's needed to recreate the loop distribution system.
And is the loop distribution system what is feeding the project, or is it feeding development that's to the east, I guess it would be, of the vacated street?
Well, it's feeding that whole area, but it's the light blue lines that converge there at the north side of the development. That would be basically a non-loop system anymore at that point.
This piece is looped in back up there. This piece is looped in to the south. And Kirk, look, I think what you guys are after is you want to get rid of this line. You want us to take that out in order to vacate this street. And your requirement that you're saying is build this line to replace it. The only thing I'm saying to you is this very same situation was presented 2.5, 3 years ago. And at that point in time, you guys said, don't build this. We were going to leave it just like it is here. And now here we are 2.5 years later, and the tables have turned. The opinions are different, and we need to pay for the new water line. and the project can't support it.
Text. I just haven't had a chance to.
Okay.
May I ask one other question, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I just want to get to some point here. I mean, because we're starting to get in the middle of an argument between, developer and water services is hopefully something that can be worked out outside of the city planning commission meeting. I mean, I understand it's a condition as part of the project, but again, I'm just hoping it can get worked out, without us. So, yeah, and I'm trying to figure out how to get there. So go ahead.
So just two quick questions then. With respect to the line that is in red, as I understand the prior conversation was that it remain. And I know that it is very common in street vacations where utilities remain, including city utilities, through a reserved easement, and everybody marches along and goes about their business. Those are done every day of the week. So I'm wondering if we could have some consult as to why in this circumstance it needs to be replaced and removed. And then the second comment, final comment, Mr. Chair, is that I think you are seeing the fact that this conversation is not resolved and it has been ongoing for quite a while. And this goes back to my concern about the fact that if this case emerges from the committee today with a recommendation of adoption, that it'll be worked out in a resubmittal, that it may very well not be worked out in a resubmittal. And if it is not worked out, I don't mean to be dramatic, but the project, being a rent restricted low-income housing project, cannot sustain the expense of this improvement. As much as it might be desirable to the city, it's just not doable for this project. So we would respectfully ask that you waive conditions 37 and 38 at this time.
Well, okay. And again, with 37, it doesn't state anywhere in here that where this actual water line has to be relocated. It just says submit a water main extension drawing from where to where. That's what I don't understand. There's nothing written in that actual condition stating where there's supposed to be a water line extension at all. And then the 38 is doing the actual analysis to make sure that the water system can support the development, which I think has already been undertaken and underway.
It would appear to me that if the red line is existing, then by implication, the extension of a line would necessarily be the blue line. So I personally think it would be implied that that's the extension, and the study in condition 38 then would just be an analysis, I guess, of moving the line from red to blue. But both of them go back to the same issue, which is changing the orientation of the water line now. Is it really necessary if it could be remaining in the vacated street as are other utilities?
Mr. Chair, please pardon the interruption, but I wanted to let you know that Travis Kiefer from Water Services has also joined us as a panelist and is available if you have questions for him directly.
Okay, and I guess for staff, I would have one more question. Even though we're rezoning this to a UR, that would be the whole thing. Is that street already vacated, or is that a separate application that needs to come through?
It's a separate application, and they've applied for it, so it's still under review, and we're getting all the comment sheet as we move forward.
So in essence, as part of that street vacation, what to do with this water line can be attached to that so that the project can be moved forward, and that can be worked out between now and then.
I'll let Mr. Kiefer handle that, because he will have to move his condition from this request to the street vacation. There's going to be a final plat coming down the line too. So,
yeah, I think the key that was brought up earlier was about why don't we just leave the easement in place and do the vacation? And again, this is a 6-inch CIP water main in that area that we had discussions with Lamine as the project manager on this, and said we don't want infrastructure built over this line. And that line, as the blue line indicates, is where that line needs to go. Both Lamine and I think Leonard brought up a while ago that there were conversations. Unfortunately, they're the only ones that that have recollection of the conversation. So I have not spoke to anyone else within water services that have recollections of the conversations about no, don't put the line in there when the rest of the street work is done. So if there's some supporting documentation to go along with that, we'd be glad to take a look at it. But, you know, to date, we have not seen anything.
Travis, this is Leonard. That request for documentation was made on behalf of Water Services about a month or month and a half ago. And we went back to archives and found all of the emails and the correspondence that dealt with that and provided it to you guys at that point in time. But nothing has occurred since that time.
And yeah, as I had mentioned, Leonard, I have not seen anything supporting that. So if you're saying you have
Lamine, are you on?
documentation, please submit.
Yes, I'm on.
Please
Lamine,
submit
could
the
you address that?
information.
Yes, the request came from Melanie July, and we have since provided the documentation to Melanie and Reza.
That's fine. I can get a hold of Melanie and Reza and we can discuss it then.
Hey, Lamine, can you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Oh, Lamine Yang with Telephone Brown, 1020 East 8th Street, KCMO.
Thank you.
So just going back to the question I have, Travis, as part of this application to go to get to the UR, really this water line has no bearing on the UR because that will actually be addressed as part of the vacation of that roadway?
Well, actually, their UR plan is showing construction over that. So, I mean, they're both in the UR plan and the vacation really need to go through hand in hand because they're both integral parts of this project that they have shown here.
I would agree with that. And again, I do want to point out that the construction that is taking place above that corridor, above the Wabash corridor, is a driveway, parking, and then turf as you move forward north toward 22nd, 23rd Street. So we are not constructing buildings over that infrastructure.
Okay. All right, let's let that simmer for a little bit. Any other comments, applicant, other than these two?
None from me.
Okay. All right, so at this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. So if anybody would like to talk about docket item number 9 from the public, please raise your hand and Joe will promote you accordingly.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So I just want to I need some help from our legal as well as Joe. It sounds like we've got an issue here at the water line, how we can, move forward. I want to make sure that it does get resolved at some point soon, but I also like to see the case move forward. How do we get there?
Mr. Chair, this is Joe. Based upon everything I've heard, and I was unaware of any of this until today, but based upon what I've heard in this testimony, it sounds like the blue line shown on this map is something that we're asking this developer to build in lieu of removing, or I'm sorry, because of the vacation that will occur for the north-south street where the red line is shown. And I've not heard yet whether this project is creating the need for that work. I know that the vacations might be related to this project, or I've heard that stated, but I would say that the vacations really are more related to the public works project. They decided to build the road, which resulted in the need to vacate it. So if it's true that these improvements need to happen because of the vacations that will occur, I would say that's not the developer's responsibility. But that's based upon what I've heard today, and I don't have any other information to base that off of.
Okay. Sarah?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the only other thing I would add is that, and Allison already touched on this, but, you know, we, as she stated, and correctly, you know, we routinely, when we vacate right-of-way, retain easements both for city utilities as well as private utilities. So I'm still not entirely clear, based on what we heard today, why we can't do that with this case as well.
Yeah, I have the same question. That would be one I would ask.
So Sarah and Joe, that would be leaving the red line in and giving the water department access to that line. Is that right?
Right. Yes. And yeah, and it didn't sound, based on what we heard, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, that there would be an issue with allowing water services to have, you know, appropriate access to maintain their facilities. But if that's the issue, maybe that's what's, you know, behind the request to relocate. I don't know.
Yes, that and simply infrastructure over the line when, you know, there is a street connection. And again, if that line, if the red line goes away, you need the blue line to complete the loop around that project. These are all fairly small. These are 6-inch mains in this location. And when you have this UR coming through that's showing a plan that, and the plan goes over this infrastructure, it makes sense to make that connection along the right of way down to the main over to the east, as the blue line shows on the property.
Wouldn't future phase 2 develop need to complete that line anyway? Potentially.
Travis, does the same line exist north of the new road? Is that the same one in light blue?
No,
this is an existing line, and this is an existing line.
Yeah.
Any new development that we would propose here would probably be fed off of this line.
Yeah, the portion that's shaded, that has a highlight of light blue on it, is a portion that segment was put in, I guess, when the street improvements were done.
So Travis, if I understand correctly, water services, it isn't just that the blue line wasn't built with the road, it's that it needs to be built because you think the red one has to be abandoned because of the proposed improvements this developer is proposing on top of it.
Yes, that's our position.
Gotcha. Okay. That changes my answer a bit, Mr. Chair. I mean, if this development's causing the need for the relocation, but to Sarah's point, I also, you know, I'm not sure, there might be a water services standard that says they can't build the parking lot and driveway over it. That's what looks like is shown over that line. But sometimes, you know, an easement is sufficient. And I think, you know, that's what she was asking, is whether or not that was explored.
This is Leonard Graham again. When I go back to the plan that was under discussion when the 22nd, 23rd Street roadway was designed, the utilities in this street were going to be left in easement. That was the plan at that time. And that was the plan that was in place, the plan that was presented when the decision was made to not extend the line to Prospect. And what I'm having a hard time understanding is if it was okay 2.5 years ago when building the blue line would have been at water services cost, and now it's not okay 2.5 years later when it's our cost. I'm not making any sense out of that.
And I'm with you, Leonard, on that, except that did we have a plan then to review that showed your development over this line? That's
absolutely.
It's really twofold. You're saying, you know, that it was okay or it wasn't okay. That's the part that's still under investigation.
Well,
Mr. Chair, you said you wanted to.
This has been under investigation for 2 months. We've continued for 2 months. We got to move. Something's got to happen.
Mr. Chair, you said you wanted to be able to take action on this today. My suggestion would be, since it sounds like Lamine is going to be sending or forwarding information that was sent to other folks in water services to Travis, my suggestion would be to go ahead and make a recommendation to proceed. And I think that Travis, Olufu, and I can have a conversation after he sees those emails and be able to provide the city council with a position by the time it gets to them. The only alternative would be to continue it to allow that same conversation to occur to provide more clarity to this commission. And I'm hearing from the applicant, they don't want to continue it again, is what I think I'm hearing.
Yeah, I'm frankly, I'm kind of in agreement with that I really believe that you guys can work this out and get this resolved before it goes to council and it becomes a ordinance, so to speak. That's just my thought. But I can ask the applicant what their preference is. If you'd rather continue to the next meeting and hope that you can get some kind of resolution with water services on this, so we can get the language written a little bit better on 37 and 38 as to what's required there. Or move it forward and you can work it out and then have it ready to go before you go to council.
I don't know that continuing again is in our best interest.
Right.
As I said, we have continued for 2 months now, and we got to move.
Yeah, I agree.
Any comment, Allison?
Leonard, I was deferring to you, but I was going to say the same thing. So
okay.
we will just work with staff and then we will proceed to council and see if we can reconcile it before that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments, questions from the commission to the applicant before we close off testimony?
I just have one clarifying question, if I may.
Please.
In the area, I guess that's the curved area that we're talking about where the blue and red lines are. Mm-hmm. And on this map, I think it says phase 1. Is there any buildings going up in that little section of this land?
You mean north of 22nd, 23rd Street connector?
No, it looks like it's east of the vacated Wabash. I don't really see any indications of buildings like I do to the west of Wabash. So I'm saying, is there anything going to be built between Wabash and Prospect in that area that would be surrounded by the blue line and the red line?
Yeah, I'm looking at their site plan. They're going to have one building, building number 4.
Yes, there is one building. There is one building that is west of Wabash.
East of Wabash?
East of Wabash, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Building number 4, yep, that's correct.
But then the rest of this land is vacant? It's just that one building?
Yes, the The land further to the east from the last building is a portion of that contains a stormwater retention basin. And then further on to the east, there is nothing in that area other than green space.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm if there were other dwellings that needed that water line that we're talking about. So, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, anything else from the commission? Any questions? All right, so it sounds like we've been through public testimony. We've heard from the applicant, we've heard from city staff. So at this time, I'm going to close down any discussion. If you, Mr. Graham, if you don't mind, stop sharing your screen. That'd be great. So I can see everybody's pretty faces. There we go. So we'll just speak amongst the commission on which way we want to go and then go from there.
I'm of the mindset that 38 doesn't need to be removed because it seems like it's going to be satisfied anyway, and it doesn't seem like a huge barrier to me. It seems essential, but if water services is fine removing it, that's fine too. And then on 37, I'm kind of the mindset that, yes, it looks like water services wants an old line to be replaced, so to speak. And I think that in normal circumstances with most developments, we would hope that the developer is going to be somewhat responsible or partially responsible. When it is going to be 5% of the total project cost on something that is a low income tax incentive project, I'm not so keen to push that on the developer. And so I'd be in favor of removing 37.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, I just what we talked about before, I think we should keep the conditions 37, 38 in there, and let's see whether the developer and the water services can work that out. I think there's ways to do that. Whether you keep the existing red line in and give them access to easement, or the water department wants that blue line. But I think there's a way to resolve it, but I don't think we're going to get there today.
Okay.
I would agree. I see there's a way to resolve it without building that new line, and but I would like that to be worked out among staff and the developer. And I think the developers had a great case as to why they don't need to build the new line, especially due to the nature of the project. And I think council would be receptive, but I don't. I think it would be good to work that out prior to there, but I'm in favor of the project.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to say I'm in favor of the project. There's no issue around that.
Commissioner Hill or Beasley, anything?
In agreement with everyone else, I think it's a great project. I think if we pass the cost on to the developer, it might not happen. I'm not sure if it will, so would like to see either council make a decision, but hopefully the staff and the developer can work it out.
And I'm hoping that staff will find that there may be leftover funds from that street project so that they can have some cost savings for the developer in this project, and that we can handle it internally with the departments so that this project can proceed. And just to clarify, this was a senior citizens development. Did I hear that earlier?
Yeah, for people my age and up.
Yeah. Okay. And these are rentals then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, I'm hoping staff can find funding to take care of this misunderstanding and it doesn't come back on the developer.
Okay. Mr. Rojas, anything?
I agree with
okay. Okay. Yeah, I really feel the same way. I mean, these are tough projects. For me personally, I mean, I run into this thing. I've run into this type of stuff before with developments. I would just like to see in the past that, you know, our conditions we write, that they be clear as to what's expected on those. And I know that this is something that's in contention between the developer as well as the water services, and I'd like to see them get it worked out. on their own versus trying to do it through this particular meeting. And I'm certain that they will before it goes to council. But I agree. I think this project does need to move forward. It's a great project. It's a great addition to that area, and certainly would like to. I'm in favor of the project altogether. So, with that, I need to take a motion from someone that's ready to take that on.
So are we keeping all the conditions? There was 6, 20, 29, 30, 32. I wasn't.
I believe we talked about taking out 20, 29, 30, and 32. 6 was something that Olafu, I believe, needed to keep in, and because there's just a couple of things they need to work out, but they're very close to getting that done. And so that could probably be removed, as well as with the 37 and 8 before they go to council.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve case number 9 with conditions, taking out 20, 29, 30, and 32.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none, Lisa, will you take roll call, please?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Rojas,
Aye.
Okay, thank you for bringing in. It sounds like a great project. It still sounds like there's a couple of things to get worked out. I'm confident that they will. We got some smart people working on this project, and we'll certainly get it taken care of. So good luck with this, and can't wait to see it come to life. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep. Okay, that takes us to docket item number 12.
All right, docket 12. Sorry, I've lost my agenda. Let me pull that back up real quick. Where is it? Okay, docket 12 is case number 12.1, case number CPC 2020-00124. Request to approve an amendment to the Blue Ridge area plan to change the recommended land use from mixed use community to commercial on about 4 acres located at 6301 James A. Reed Road. And docket item 12.2, case number CPC 2021-00044. A request to approve a rezoning from District B2-2 to District B4-1 on about 3.9 acres at the same location. Zach Nelson is our staff planner.
Good afternoon, Zach Nelson, City Planning Staff. I'll share my screen just a moment. So these next 2 companion cases are located at 6301 James A. Reed Road, which is in South KC, generally in between 435 to the west and Raytown to the east. So more specifically, this is a developed parcel that has an existing building and parking lot on the site currently. And there are offices to the west and to the southeast along Blue Parkway. And then to the immediate south, it's undeveloped currently, and then 63rd Street is to the north in terms of surrounding land uses. So the applicant has 2 requests today before you. The first is an area plan amendment, specifically to amend the Blue Ridge area plan to change the recommended land use from mixed use community to commercial. And then the second request is to rezone from B2-2 to B4-1 to allow for a self-storage facility. So this is looking at the site, looking to the east from James A. Reed Road. This is the existing building and the access off of James A. Reed. The site does have a lot of screening along James Reed in terms of existing street trees. And then this is looking generally south at the front of the building itself. It's 2 stories. And the applicant is really intending to convert this building into a self-storage facility. So these requests don't have an associated development plan or a project plan associated with them. So they were not required to submit full site plans and landscape plans and things like that. However, they did submit floor plans of the first 2 stories. So this is just a general idea of how it'll be laid out in terms of the storage units themselves. And then just a little bit more information about the site. It's the building itself is currently vacant. And the building is just under 41,000 square feet. It has 165 parking spaces, and there currently is proposed to be 233 storage units. So staff is supportive of this. And staff believes this is an appropriate use for this location and recommends approval of the area plan amendment and the rezoning without conditions for both. That concludes my presentation, and I can take any questions that you might have.
Just a curiosity, Zach, with this being rezoned to B4-1, is there a possibility that the parking lot could get converted over to outdoor storage units?
Yeah, that's a possibility in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, Zach, Bruce Allender. Can you just go into your reasons why you think that this is the best use of the land from a staff perspective?
Sure. So it previously operated as an office building, and it's remained vacant for several years. I think that generally speaking, the office type of use that has operated at this location, it's less and less in demand, generally speaking, at least in this location. And so the surrounding zoning is somewhat close to the proposed B4 zoning. And then it also has a lot of natural screening that already exists around the site. The applicants also held a public engagement meeting, and there was no opposition to the best of my knowledge. So staff is supportive of that, believes that self-storage is generally an appropriate use at this location for those reasons.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Is the applicant available?
I believe it's Chad Sneed and Cooper Crooks.
Thanks, Zach.
Sure.
I just promoted Chad, and I'm promoting Cooper right now. There's 2 Coopers. I'm only going to promote one so we don't have feedback, and hopefully that's the right one.
Yep, I'm here, guys. Thank you. Appreciate your all's time, Chairman and Commissioners. Happy to talk through any questions. My partner, Andrew Brain, and myself, we're officed at 300 East 39th Street, Plex Pod, Westport Middle School location. We've owned this property for some years. We have struggled to find a suitable replacement office tenant. We believe that the rezoning and converting it into storage would be a great highest and best use here. I'm happy to answer any questions associated.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, Joe, let's open it up for any public testimony. So if there's anybody out there that would like to speak from the public on docket items 12.1 and 12.2, please raise your hand so that Joe can promote you.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony. With that, anything else, applicant?
That's it. We appreciate the consideration.
All right. So close public, any testimony and it'd be amongst the commissioners if there's any comments or things. Otherwise, I'll take a motion.
I just had a quick comment that I really appreciate where this location is. Driving up and down Main or Warnell and even Troost and seeing some self-storage, it's just kind of, it bums me out. So I'm glad that this is in a location that's kind of tucked away and not in the middle of a high density or what could be a high density neighborhood. So I'm in favor, and I can make a motion if anyone else doesn't have any comments. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I move to approve docket items 12.1 and 12.2 without conditions.
Okay, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender,
Aye.
Baker,
Aye.
Easley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
and Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sneed, for bringing the project in. It looks like it passes 7-0. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move on to docket item number 13.
13 is case number SUP 2020-00025. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow gasoline and fuel sales on about 1 acre located at the southwest corner of East 87th Street and Blue Ridge Boulevard. Jared Clements is the staff planner.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
This is Jared Clements, city planning staff. Before us, we have docket item number 13. This is an application for a special use permit to operate a gas station and convenience store at 8725 Blue Ridge Boulevard in B3-2 and B1-1 zoning. Here is the site location in relation to the rest of the city. The subject site is near the southwest border of Raytown. More specifically, it is near the south east corner of 87th Street and Blue Ridge Boulevard. The dashed line just to the north of the parcel there is the border of Raytown. So there are 3 lots included in the proposal. They are immediately surrounded by a few restaurants to the south, a financial institution to the north, and a nail salon across the street. The proposal is in keeping with the land use recommendations of the Hickman Mills area plan of mixed use neighborhood. Applicants held a public meeting for this project on September 30th, 2020. This is an east-facing view of the property. The development of this site will include the removal of the existing building there. I believe it is vacant currently, but the applicant can speak to that. This is a rendering from roughly the same viewpoint of the gas station and convenience store. The landscaping plan for this project is in compliance with section 88-425 of the Zoning and Development Code. In terms of layout, we can see the convenience store here will be located at the center of the property along the northern boundary with the gas pumps there to the west facing the street. The proposal includes 2 access points here and here onto Blue Ridge Boulevard with a trash enclosure and a small amount of parking in the rear here. These are the revised architectural elevations. Revisions included changes to account for general transparency concerns, as well as to include architectural elements on all 4 sides of the building. The applicants worked with staff to bring this proposal into compliance with the Zoning and Development Code and to be compatible with the surrounding character of the neighborhood. A traffic impact study was performed by the applicant and deemed acceptable by city staff. Staff believes this proposal will contribute to public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian safety and comfort. Staff has reviewed this proposal with the approval criteria for special use permits outlined in this slide and believes it is in compliance. Staff recommends approval with conditions as listed in the conditions, corrections, and recommendation report. I'll also mention that I was recently contacted via email by a spokesperson from the Southern Communities Coalition who expressed their support of this project. With that, I will conclude my presentation. I believe the applicant is here and will answer any questions you may have, as will we.
Okay, any questions from the commission to city staff? Okay, let's go ahead and welcome the applicant. Mr. Clemens, can you stop sharing your screen, please? There we go. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I've promoted Khalid Bande, who's the applicant on this case.
Okay. Hi, Khalid, as you come off of mute, can you state your name and address for the record, please? Gerald, are you part of this application as well?
I think we have.
I believe he is, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you, Khalid.
But I have my architect also on the line, sir. Is he there, Daryl Hawkins? Can you see him, Joseph?
Yes, I can.
Okay, can you promote him, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so Daryl's been promoted, and as soon as you take yourself off of mute, be able to speak. There you go.
Greetings.
Hi there.
You hear me?
Yes.
I'm Daryl Hawkins. Address is 8011 Paseo Boulevard. I'll be the architect of record.
Okay. Anything to add from the city's presentation on the project?
I don't believe so, and we're intend to comply with the 20 items on the conditions list.
Okay. All right, so any questions from the commission to the applicant? All right. So let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to, from the public, to speak about docket item 13, please raise your hand and Joe will promote you.
Mr. Chair, no one's raising their hand.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything to add, applicant? Commission, any questions or anything?
Not at this time.
Seems like it was painless for you. Okay, well, I'll take a motion from the commission, please.
I move to approve docket item number 13 with conditions.
Okay, so got a motion and I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion and a second. Lisa, can you take a roll call, please, on that particular motion?
Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Prowl?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
And Rojas?
Aye.
All right, looks like the project passes 7-0. So we appreciate you bringing it in and good luck with your project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Thank you.
All right. Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're on our last docketed item, docket item 15.
That's right. I don't know what happens to my docket. It keeps disappearing on me. I apologize. Docket item 15 is case number CPC 2021-00074, amending Chapter 88, the Code of Ordinances by repealing section 88-370 and enacting in lieu thereof new sections of like number and subject matter to allow certain temporary dwellings for emergency purposes. Diane Binkley is going to be presenting this for us today.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a minute since I've seen you, but been watching the Planning Commission today. So as Joe said, I'm presenting this case. It's an amendment to Chapter 88 for temporary use permits. So let's go ahead and, well, hopefully, maybe I'll switch slides if it'll let me. There we go. Okay, so this is just a subsection or a portion of the current temporary use permit section. Temporary use permits are something the code allows for essentially the director, city planning and development, to make a or to allow for uses that are of a temporary nature. It can be maybe a carnival on a parking lot. It can be a Christmas tree farm, or like on a parking lot during the holidays. There's a variety of different things. In just recently, as you all know, the homeless or houseless, now identified, have been making a statement on our front lawn of City Hall and some other locations in the city. And the city's determined that they would like to have an option for the city to be able to place houseless individuals in locations that are identified by the city manager's office as being fit to be able to have these structures. So I'll show you an example of the structures here in just a moment, but essentially what we've identified is that we've said this specifically, that it would only be government sponsored shelters. So in other words, we didn't want to allow for just anyone in the general public to come forward with this, but that it would be really, it's the city that would be providing for these. That they would be, most of these shelters that we've identified to date are about 64 square feet, and then 128 if there's a double size. So that's why we've limited to 60 square feet to 130. No more than 2 persons per 64 square feet. That these will not provide for cooking facilities inside. We do want to make sure that there's address markers for the police and fire to be able to get to, or emergency responders to be able to get to each of these units. We did want a minimum setback between units, but also off of the right of way. So we've identified that. And then also if the location, whatever these, none have been identified to date, but wherever these might be located, that we would have a separation from any residential. Again, we then are requiring that they would have a fence around the site, that there would be lighting for safety and security purposes. There will be common bathroom facilities provided. When we recently opened up Bartle Hall, there was a shower and bathroom facilities were brought in adjacent to, so that there were facilities for folks to be able to use. We would do the same sort of thing here. And then there could be, maybe picnic tables or small tents or something like that to allow for eating or meeting space. And we're also requiring ourselves to provide 24-hour security. We don't anticipate parking, although some houseless people, maybe if they have been living in their car, they would want to have a safe place for that. And so we did state that if we were going to do this, we want to make sure it's a temporary nature. So that's why we've identified a gravel base. And this is similar to our other regulations in the code allowing for gravel. We're also limiting ourselves to 120 days. And then for 1 extension. The code actually allows for any temporary use that the planning director can extend those to a time fit. There is no maximum time, but we felt like it was the right thing to do by having a maximum. This would be 240 days that someone could do this. So just to show you kind of what we've been looking at. So pallet homes are what they're called. And this is what they look like. And to me, they look a lot like what you might see like at your Home Depot, right? With the shed space. So the ones that with the 2 windows, those are the 64 square foot, or the one that has the D1 on it here. This is, you can see there in the middle, kind of how they look like they're constructed. They can install these very quickly. There would not be a concrete base or anything like that. They will tie down to the ground from a wind standpoint, but they wouldn't be on any sort of a permanent base though, because again, these are meant to be for temporary. And the one on the right is what we're seeing is the 128 square foot facility. So that's a larger. So the one on the left could have 2, but the one on the right, if it's a family, that would allow for more people within one of these. So again, so right now we're looking at these for houseless, but it could also be used for, say like we had a flood in an area, or there was a major fire somewhere, or a tornado. Then this would also allow for us to be able to cite these in other instances when needed. So this, we looked at other provisions in our code, but and when I keep saying we, I mean staff. And so Kimiko Gilmore is our assistant city manager, who is the head of this program, this project. And so we've had many internal conversations with the city manager's office, the fire department, police department to think through these provisions. So with that, we request approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission?
Has there been any thought to like tornado or storm shelter plans that go along with this? It's not like an actual physical thing, I would imagine, but like if there's like a requirement for like an emergency management plan or something in the code.
Right. From a physical standpoint, as far as like for these shelters, no, there hasn't been from that. I would estimate that if something were coming, then that I know that city manager's office has been working again with police and fire, that we would have a backup plan for that, but it's not really part of this.
Hey, Diane, can you stop sharing your screen, please? So we can
I
see.
can.
Thank you.
There we go. You're welcome.
This is pretty minor, but the second to last part, 88-370-08C, it seems like, maybe it might not be best to limit it to only crushed stone, just because there might be an open lot that gets used, kind of like one of the pictures that you showed. And I don't know if that's even an issue worth bringing up, but it seems as though it's strange to limit it to only crushed stone, although I appreciate the idea of making sure they're temporary.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
So did I hear there's utilities to these buildings? I
There
heard
will be.
there's no cooking, but there's other utilities to the building, right?
That's correct. So there will be electricity to allow for lighting, as an example. Those lines will have to run on the ground, which has been a concern with the fire department. So we have talked about how can we place that in conduit or something to where it's protected, because we don't want to get people, walking over it, tripping over it. Those wires get live at any time. So they are talking through that program.
But we're mainly looking at adults, because I thought I heard you say a limit of 1 or 2 people per unit. So you're thinking this would be for adults, not families, to have children involved with this?
Right. So we limit it to 2 persons per 64 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the styles could be up to twice that size at 128 square feet. And so with that, we would anticipate that that's where we would place an adult with children, or a maximum of 4. It's just due to the size of them, they just really can't handle more than that number.
Yeah, I was just trying to confirm that we were looking at families and not just individuals. Okay, so thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
I'll retract my earlier statement, as I realize now it says if parking is installed. And as I read that line, we could drop the TE on the word no, which is written as note. So no more than 2 inches.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that.
Diane, just a question. Who is fitting out those huts? Is the city fitting out those huts with beds and so forth?
Yes. Yeah, so this is purely a city program, and yes, we're paying for the structures and for the bedding and everything inside. Mm-hmm.
Right, thank you.
I neglected to tell you, I did send this to KC-NAC, Neighborhood Advisory Council, so they were aware of it. And I do know that NNI is requesting a meeting in front of them by Kamiko Gilmore next week, just to be able to go over it. And so there is continued community input on this.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Does anybody like to speak from the public on docket item number 15? Please raise your hand and Joe will promote you.
Stephen Lucas has raised his hand. I'm promoting him.
Okay. Hi, Stephen. As you take yourself off of mute, please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Stephen Lucas with Rouse Fretz, 4510 Bellevue Avenue. So I'm appearing on behalf of the KC Area Development Council, and I'm simply seeking clarification with respect to the city's intent to this proposal. So specifically with respect to the term government agency, I understand, I believe, based on staff report, it indicates that this term is intended only to allow the city to apply for the proposed permit. And I know that Diane referenced that a couple times as well during her presentation. However, as currently drafted, this proposal, as well as the zoning and development code, do not define the term government agency, and therefore other government agencies, including federal, state, and various local agencies, seemingly would fall under this currently undefined term. So my comment really just pertains to perhaps as a best practice and to clarify the city's intent with respect to implementing this proposed policy, that the term government agency could be defined. And that's all I have as far as the comment. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else, Joe?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public testimony. So Ms. Diane, would you like to speak on the comment that was brought up from the public, please?
Sure. And honestly, I would probably need to speak a little bit more with the city manager's office, but I think if let's say the county wanted to do something like this, because again, there was a natural disaster or the feds wanted to come in and do something, I think we'd be open to that concept. So, but to his point, I agree. We can, and I'll look to Sarah, that seems reasonable to offer a definition for government agency, which we could do. You all could make that approval subject to us adding that, and we can add that before going to council.
Okay. Does that sound fair, Ms. Baxter?
Yes, and I definitely think we need to do that. That was going to be one of my comments. We need to define what we mean by that. So, and it may take further discussion with the manager's office to do that.
Right.
So if there's, I don't know what the person from the public was concerned about. I mean, if it's just a city, that's okay. But if it's all the others, maybe that would be a challenge, I guess. So is there an opportunity to comment on that at a later date? That's what I'm getting to. That definition.
Right. So again, if that's your all's direction for us to, then we'll seek clarification from the city manager's office, and then we will propose that definition prior to going to city council, if you all are okay with that. But feel free to give us guidance. If if this board has concern over it being anyone else besides the city, please state so, and we can limit it. But I can't imagine that we would be I would see other agencies wanting to do this under an emergency situation, and it would afford them that opportunity to probably help us.
Yeah.
Diane, the other question I have, why did we limit it to just government? Why not other non-for-profit?
There was, I can't answer that 100%. I'm not really sure. That was just the guidance that we received. again, if that's of interest to the board, I think you can state that and we can work through it with the manager's office.
Just thinking if there's a non-for-profit that would like to put up a temporary housing to help homeless and so forth, why would we exclude them?
Mm-hmm. I think it was mostly the intent. My understanding is that the intent is to, again, keep it on a very temporary nature and to not allow, probably more so like for-profit or other groups to come in and use this in a different manner than what our intent is. But it's a good question.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about for-profit, but sort of, thing like VCP, if they wanted to put some temporary housing up for maybe some vets or something, why would we stop it?
Right. It's a good question.
Okay. Anything else, Commission? Okay, I know we've closed public testimony, but I just want to make sure that we stated that because I can't remember. That was like a minute ago. So with that, let's all testimony, we're done with that. So let's go to just a discussion amongst the commission. And I'll take a motion if we're ready for that.
So I need to tease you first. Your blood sugar is falling.
It is. I think I'm like worn out already. Yeah. Something's falling. Yeah.
I certainly would like to have some direction around, I think, the definition, but also with also opening it up for other non-for-profit. Maybe they're approved by the city or whoever, but I don't think we should just limit it to government. If non-for-profits want to put something up that the city's comfortable with, then I think we should allow that.
So my concern would be if we move more that direction, then don't we have to look more to zoning and where they can put stuff, or do we have to consider zoning with this amendment now? Does the zoning of the area that they're going to put this temporary housing, do we have to be in line with that zoning to put it?
No, that's on a temporary use permit, then they would be allowed anywhere, assuming that the planning director found it fit and appropriate. So things that we might look at, especially since it's housing, we would double check like floodplain areas. We would look at, what is surrounding it. And that's part of the beauty of a temporary use permit, so that way we can ensure that it wouldn't negatively impact others, whatever that use is. And I don't mean just this one, but all temporary.
Yeah. So to me, then that would lend us to why it wouldn't be opened up to more than just the governmental usage.
Yeah, I think the nonprofit seems like a separate discussion. I think one of the beauties of this type of ordinance is it kind of forces the city's hand to work to house people quickly. I could see non-for-profits potentially trying to put these up in a lot of different places, and I could see that going very poorly. But so I think those are two different conversations, but I'm glad this is moving forward because I think this is a good interim step before we can start addressing larger issues at the time. So
Anybody else? Okay, with that, I'll take a motion, please.
I move to approve docket item number 15 with the understanding that government agency will be further defined by city staff before presenting to city council.
Okay, and your recommendation is to leave out the non-for-profit, correct?
Yeah, to leave the rest of it as stated.
Okay.
For now.
All right, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for docket item number 15. Lisa, can you take roll call, please, on that motion?
Commissioner Allender?
Aye.
Baker?
Aye.
Beasley?
Aye.
Crowell?
Aye.
Enders?
Aye.
Hill?
Aye.
And Rojas.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes to make those text amendments 7-0. Thank you for bringing them in and good luck with this.
All right, and thank you for all your comments, and I'll make sure that the manager's office hears kind of some of the other discussion that you all had.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that takes us through the docketed items. One other thing that I think we need to bring up because we get to do it every May, and that's nominations for vice chair. I think we make the nominations today and then maybe make a vote on the next meeting, unless we only have one nominee. And I believe Commissioner Hill is still petitioning that she'd like to be a vice chair. Am I saying that right? Or
Sure, unless someone has a burning desire to serve, I'm happy to continue, but if someone else wants to, I'm also happy to pass the torch.
okay. Any other thoughts?
Well, I don't see anyone stepping forward, so I make a motion that we continue with.
Hold on a second, I guess.
I'm looking at the right agenda. Is this on?
It's not on today's agenda. No.
Okay. I would recommend that we do it at the next meeting. I mean, you're not supposed to take action on something that hasn't been placed on the agenda. And your rules just state that you need to do it in the month of May. So I don't want anyone to be able to challenge that this was not properly noticed. So I think we should wait just to be safe.
Okay.
And make sure we get it on the agenda. Yeah. You don't want somebody to challenge your authority as vice chair because we didn't follow the sunshine law, right? So, so that'd be my recommendation.
Okay. Well, at least we know somebody that would like to do this. So if anything. All right, with that, if there's nothing else to discuss, Joe, do we have any idea what the next meeting is looking like? I know with the continuance of docket item 14 today, we're probably in for it for a little bit of time on that one. Just make sure able to look through that item before coming to the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that one will take a little bit of time. I think the length in terms of agenda items is about the same as today's.
Okay.
So probably a little bit longer than today when you consider that one of the cases will take a fair amount of time.
So
okay.
Add 2 hours.
Yeah. Commissioner Hill, I love your clock, but you might need to change the battery in it.
I know, right? It's so that I don't watch how much time we're here.
Yeah. Oh, is that why you took it out? So we wouldn't know? Okay.
No,
that's a good idea.
Thank you.
It's right twice a day.
That's right. Okay. With that, motion to adjourn.
So move.
Yeah. See y'all. Have a good couple weeks.
Take care, y'all. Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah.